minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Msc Mekong Qualifiers 2021. Oh, 2022, rather. I'm a year short. My name is Kim. I'll be your caster together with Young Gaming for the super exciting qualifiers. And of course, in this year's Mekong Qualifier, there will be six representatives from three awesome countries: Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam. And can I just say I've been to Mekong. It's one of the beautiful places I've been to, and I'm looking forward to actually see it in the future once everything is much better. And of course, wherever you guys are watching this right now, hope you guys stay safe, and don't forget to mask up. And of course, these three countries, countries, Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam, will be competing for the total prize pool of $1,000. Of course, the prestigious slot in the MSc 2022, which will be happening, by the way, this June, July in Kuala Lumpur. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for updates. And of course, this tournament is organized by Msc Global in partnership or in cooperation with the Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, VNG Games, and Laos Esports Federation.
A little bit about these partners that we have. Viresa, or Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, is the SEA Games 31 esports organizer in Vietnam. VNG Games is the Mobile Legends Bang publisher in Vietnam, and Lao Esports Federation is responsible for Lao big esports events such as the 31st SEA Games Qualifier and other international tournaments.
Yeah, and the Msc Mekong is also considered as a free Southeast Asian Games tournament. Esports at the 2021 Southeast Asian Games, which will be held, by the way, in the National Convention Center in Hanoi, Vietnam. Again, a beautiful place I've been to, and hopefully I can visit that place once again in the future. From the 13th of May up until the 22nd of May this year. Mobile Legends Bang will be one of the medal contested events in the 31st SEA Games.
Yes, and for the tournament format, we have the group stage and the final stage later on. For the group stage, we have a best of two round robin, and it will be held from today, April 19 towards tomorrow, April 20, and four teams will be qualified for the final stage, which is going to be in a best of three, double elimination, and a best of five during the grand finals. It will be held during the days of April 22nd towards the 24th of April. And the champion will be the one to qualify for the MSc 2022.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone is gunning for. The glory, where actually the championship title. Not only are you the MSc Mekong qualifier winner, you also get to compete with other powerhouse teams in Southeast Asia in MSc 22. And of course, aside from the prestige, you also got a whooping prize pool of $10,000 for the champion. We have $4,000 plus the MSc 2022 slot. The second placer, you got $2,500, followed by the third placer, $1,500. Fourth placer gets $1,000, and of course, if you're the fifth or sixth placers in this tournament, you still don't go home empty-handed. You got $500 each team respectively. So that's still a lot, right? You're just playing your favorite game, and you get to take home like awesome prizes. So thank you so much once again, Mouton and everyone organizing this MSc Mekong qualifier.
I like how what you talked about for the prize pool. The higher the wins you have, the more cash prize you will receive, of course. And will start today. Of course, we have our sets of games for today. Starting with Nightmare Esports versus Catty on this 2 p.m. GMT plus 7 followed by Nightmare Esports versus Vietnam. After that, our third series and final series for the day will be of Catty versus Team Vietnam. Tomorrow it will be followed up by I Do Not Sleep Prince versus Next Play Esports. I do not sleep versus I do not sleep esports because they have teams here. And the final game for tomorrow will be Next Play Esports versus I do not sleep esports.
Yep, we've got quite a schedule with us today, and it's just wow, I'm so excited. Like Nightmare Esports, I've been seeing them play ever since because I've been casting for other tournaments as well. So I've seen them play, and I've seen their growth ever since. So it's so nice to see them here in the Mekong qualifiers, and hopefully they bag a slot, or maybe they bag like one of the first want to bag the slot, the grand championship. But other than that, of course, you get more experience as well. But here we go of Nightmare Esports. Here we head to the drafting phase. Nightmare Esports versus Catty Gang. So in case you guys are wondering, Nightmare Esports is from Laos, and Catty Gang is all the way from Thailand. So let's see. Actually, I was talking to you about this off now. We were talking about the meta picks, and I know you've been playing for quite some time. I know you've been spamming Layla a lot. So I don't know how versed you are with the current meta. I mean, who's the latest hero? There have been several heroes that have been released in MLBB. So what's the heroes that you know about? Like latest hero?
Well, I have been looking forward to Javier because of how insanely irritating he can be towards the game, and I have recently seen a match with it on the tournament here in the Philippines. So it can be a good meta or a good pick for these teams. But I'm looking at the bans right now. Well,
Yeah.
like what we talked about, Karina still gonna be a priority or ban.
Yeah, definitely. It's very difficult to deal with the Karina, especially if you don't know if it's going to be a tank or is it going to be a damage Karina. So I think these two teams, I mean, it's the tank meta after all. Masha has been buffed up quite well recently. So this is a 10 ban system, which means 3 bans for the first stage. So perhaps maybe like a Asha or a Belleric can be here, or maybe even like a Yin or a Ling. I know that Nightmare Esports is comfortable with this Ling as well. So that could be something that Catty Gang out. But looking at the bans here, GG, I think both teams are very well versed with the current the Masha, even I'm not so sure how to pronounce it. Is it Xavier? Is Xavier or is it Javier?
It's Xavier, but I like to call it Javier because it kind of sounds cool with it. But back into the game, having the Eve ban, no ban for the Valentina just yet.
Oh
This can
yeah.
be a priority towards the Farsa and the Valentina, depending on what hero is Katigang going to ban for their last
I don't think it's going to be a farce though. The Eve is much more difficult to deal with. If you ask me when it comes to Sasha, so perhaps like a Sicilian is open as well. Sicilian is open. If you're talking about the current meta, Lilia's still open, and maybe just maybe they can start out with Basha. So there's a lot open here. I mean, you can go crazy with it. And the Fanny is open as well. And you mentioned that the Valentina could have been banned out, but I think Catty Gang is scared to deal with this Valentina. I mean, a great counter towards the Valentina would be a Lilia when it comes to the ultimate. Like it doesn't give that much. Like let's say if you pick up a Valentina, then you pick up Eve or Barca in the other side. Like it's going to be really detrimental overall. So it's going to be the lane. I mentioned that's a closer pick for Niightmare Esports, but it's wise for Catty Gang to actually take that in for themselves. The Ling and the D-Rod.
Yeah, Deroth. It has been quite a long time since I last saw this hero. I remember back 2018 when this was pretty much meta during the game.
There you go.
Right now we're working on the fighters. The meta right now is more volatile. You can pick up many types of heroes right now and make it work. Unlike the past few months or years wherein it's more focused on assassins, more so focused on sometimes marks as well. Now you can go with the tanks. Hellkurt has been popping off lately because of how we can mess up the macro of the other team. Plus, you have the burst.
Annoying. I mean, I've gone up against Hellkurt in ranked matches, and it's so annoying when you're trying to secure turtle, you're trying to secure the door, turn off the lights, and then they can secure the objective easily, and at the same time, this Hellkurt can dish out like mass.
Fun is all that matters.
Here in the game. I mean, you don't know when the Hellkurt's gonna pop up. And then just tanks your lane be really difficult. Niightmare Esports takes out Angela here for their second phase. I mean, the Angela Ling combo is quite good, especially since the lane.
Wipe out all the injustice in the world. Smell it better in the morning.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Or you know if you get caught in with the bloody combo, it's more or less like super deadly, especially for a Beatrix. Even for someone like a D-Rod, it could be really deadly. So I think Niightmare Esports respecting the possible pick here of the Franco. I love seeing like different heroes popping up right now in the meta. So I'm not so sure what Catty Gang will pick up here. I mean, they could take the Basha. I mean, I've never seen a Basha roam. I do a Basha roam, but I've never seen it being utilized in the crit meta. It's mostly like a Basha jungler. So I think Catty Gang will stick to the basics. Ruby is still pretty much very good in the side lane, or perhaps wait, no. This is going to be a roam Ruby. Yeah. It does make sense.
Can definitely work. Yep. You can set up, especially with the flicker, to kind of outmaneuver Niightmare Esports here and kind of counter them whenever they would try to engage. Because so far, the only ones that would engage is Hilda and this Hellcurt.
Mhm.
Other than that, they don't have that much sustainability. They don't have that much damage yet on their composition. It can be it can be fixed here with the Brody pick by Nightmare Esports, but I think they still need one more to serve as their front line, to have that
Oh,
solid
there you go.
engage on their draft. And this glue might just be it.
Well, it's so funny how people are using sprint right now. It's been buffed up quite well. So the sprint on the Hilda, the sprint on the glue as well. But take a look at that. Yeah, this is fantastic. Catty Gang takes in the Lunox, the tank killer, as they would call it. I mean, this is a beautiful front to back composition. You also got in the dives here from Catty Gang. So I'm expecting with this type of composition, both teams have enough heroes to do in the dives. So I think there are going to be a lot of clashes in this game number one.
Yeah, they have to be very careful, of course, on the rotations here of Katigang, given that they do have a Ling. So macro plays will
Yeah.
be very much important here for both teams to establish that early game control. I would like to see, though, if Nightmare Esports are gonna step things up, being the more aggressive one, because if they can shut down the Ling, it would really affect the whole early to mid game of Katigang.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a composition that okay, talk about explosive opening in the Mekong qualifiers. They start out with like this entire dive composition. Like I was expecting a little bit more of like the front to back line, especially since Catty Gang picked up the Ling. So like what you mentioned, I am looking forward to this. The rotations will really matter here for both teams, especially since they have the tool set or they have the kit here doing the dives. And oh, this is the nano ship so combo. I've seen this before. I mean, they've gone with the combo of a Kaja in the mid lane. They've also gone up with a Lilia in the mid lane as well. And now it's so nice to see them adjusting to the current meta. But look at this. The early invades by nano ship. They're pressuring the purple buff. Yep, but Aika will be able to secure it with their retribution on.
Yeah, this is what we talked about during the drafting phase. This is the responsibility of Nightmare Esports being the ones to try and stop this Link from having that early game access, because once he gets his buff, he's gonna try to rotate and try to make some ganks here on the side lanes. Might be in the mid lane as well because they have mini and he can actually set up for them. We're seeing Xenon
Mhm.
rotating towards the bot side jungle of Nightmare Esports to gain some information towards them. But other than that, this is a pretty safe start for both teams.
Yeah, definitely a safe start. But you know, I am actually curious to this gold lane matchup. I mean, Beatrix is one of the most popular heroes that you see in the gold lane. It's also one of the top heroes that has been picked and banned in ranked games. So Brody is one of the less popular choices, as I would say. But I'm actually looking forward to seeing Nightmare Esports utilize it to the fullest potential. Especially since when it comes to range, this Brody has it. It's also quite tanky as well if you build it up to be that way. So yeah, this is going to be a very exciting match as the turtle will be about to. Turtle will spawn in just a little bit, and Nightmare Esports already positioning themselves in that side. But remember, Catty Gang has a link here that can just go up against this turtle, take contest it, but they're not going to do it. They're just going to play safe. Give out the turtle since Aika is having a bit of a problem, rotating, getting in all the resources because of what Nanoship is doing here with this build-up.
Yeah, he's trying to really mess with the rotations right now, and it caused a bit of delay. However,
What?
Katigang now piling onto him.
there you
He's
go.
gonna get taken down. Glue a little bit late in that response, but he's gonna be able to escape successfully. Only one kill, but the gold is a little bit in favor of Nightmare Esports.
Oh, definitely, because Nightmare Esports did secure in that first turtle of the game. But in exchange, Catty Gang does get the first blood, and it actually went to Aika. But look at the damage coming in from that Renner of the Beatrix. So yeah, they are gonna recall, play it safe in the gold lane. But Order of Brilliance here being popped up by Songhot. The Terrify here by Soso. But look at Mini. Nano Ship is just relentless here. Okay, you know what? I was actually expecting an execute on the Hilda, but I completely forgot this was a roam Hilda. So the pressure really of a Nano Ship is quite on point here. delaying Catty Gang or giving so much pressure to Aika, not being able to farm safely. Whereas if you take a look at Too Easy for Lexi, just taking it easy there, farming up all the resources. And actually, if you take a look at the lead, Too Easy for Lexi is actually one level higher than Aika.
Yeah, and we can say that it's kind of because of Nanoship as well. His role primarily revolves around interruption of the rotation, interruption of the farming of Aika and everyone else, and making sure they get delayed in what they want to do. And because of that, Nightmare Esports becomes more safe in a manner to do what they want to do, to farm out, to get their goal, to get their objectives, just like the turtle take a while ago on the bot side. And now as it spawns, well, Nanoship is gonna go back to his job and try to disrupt Aika once again.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually expecting a lot more clashes to happen here since this is a total dive competition for both teams. I mean, I know they want to be aggressive, but of course, this is the opener for today, the Mekong qualifier. So both teams are just playing it safe. But Aika is not going to be able to stay in that turtle. It's going to be easy for Lexi. Tempest of Blades there to be able to escape, but look at Tenon being caught in the midst of it all. It's isolated clashes, but still very, very calculated by both teams. They are not on the full aggressive side, but look at Too Easy for Lexi. Aika is here for the backup. Oh, but there you go. Too Easy for Lexi goes down under the hands of Aika. It's going to be a 2-2 here for both teams. Wow. It's just, clashes after clashes, but it is still pretty much calculated by both teams, but not that Kami does take in Meanie.
Another.
But the
And
mid
a
lane
tower
tower.
in the mid
Yeah.
lane. Yeah,
pretty
that's
fast.
pretty much a better performance right now by Nightmare Esports compared to Katagang. We saw the attempt of Aika to try and steal out the turtle. Unfortunately, Lexi was prepared for that, knowing what damage it is required to execute it without the threat of a Ling stealing it out. And even with a 2-for-2 trade, what happened next is the best part for Nightmare Esports. Getting a pick up in mid, getting a tower, and now Lexi is just gonna burst out everybody. Lights out for you, boy.
Yep, the Dark Knight Falls. I was talking about that earlier on. Like, not just to take in objectives, it's also for faster ganks. But I'm actually curious why Nightmare Esports is pressuring so much Xenon in the bot side. I mean, usually, most of the time, you want to pressure in the gold lane, right? Like, it's just a lot of pressure here for Xenon on the bot side. But, so far, pretty much like Nightmare Esports, this is their game. They're doing very well. They got the mid-side tower, and now Songhad might be the next target here of Nightmare Esports. And there you go.
Oh.
Speaking of, they take him down, and there you go. Perhaps the tower also on the bot side could go down.
Yeah, because of Nanochip once again. And we have to take note that it's not the only one who's tanky. We have Jasmine as well, which tanked a lot of turret shots there, but it wasn't enough for Songhad to be able to stay alive. And now with the gold heavily in favoring Nightmare Esports, it's like 3 to 4K. But with that, with a power spike, look how aggressive they are becoming. Xenon is not going to be able to escape. Even pops out that TP for Jasmine, and they would be able to escape successfully. Aika is having not really the best time because of Nanoship. He has been doing this the whole game. Talk about determination and consistency. This guy has it.
Yeah, Nanoship is just consistent with the pressure that he's giving up against Aika. But it seems like Aika's doing pretty well, standing at the 2-0-0. But you know what? When it comes to the map control, this is Nightmare Esports. They got in the tower on the mid side and the bot side as well. So that is a lot of pressure for Catty Gang to actually, answer out to what Nightmare Esports is doing. Yes, Catty Gang has been getting the kills, but they aren't as aggressive as Nightmare Esports. I mean, I would be expecting like a lot of aggressive dives as well. You have the Lunox, you also have the Dirot here, but it seems like Nightmare Esports is the more aggressive one here as they answered out by taking in the tower. Look at what Jasmine is doing. So much zoning. This guy is insane. I mean, I've seen him on the Uranus buying so much time for Nightmare Esports, and this time in the Mekong qualifiers, he is also doing this very same thing. I love how Nightmare Esports is controlling all the lanes here. top side, the mid side, and the bot side. And now Nightmare Esports, you just have to keep taking in towers, and perhaps the next objective could be the Lord here. And if you take a look at Cammy, he's just having a fantastic time farming here. Just BOD and the Wind of Nature there.
Absolute zero threat from Catty Gang here. Given the situation here of Kami, and they're even having the luxury of stealing out the jungle camps here of Aika. They will try to contest it, but I don't think they can commit to it, given the fact that Niightmare Esports has been the one winning the team fights, and it's just timely for the Lord here. It's up to Niightmare Esports if ever they would like to try and take it. I think they're gonna pay a little bit of respect here to Aika, but they're starting it, given the positionings here of Catty Gang.
Yeah, but still not the Luminous Lord, but pretty much enough to pressure Catty Gang even further. But if you take a look at what Catty Gang is doing, they're just, answering it out by trying to take the lane on the bot side. But this is, not the answer that you want right now. You want to be doing the pickoffs, especially on Cammy, especially on Too Easy for Lexi. But with the way things are going right now, it's just really difficult, especially if you have the map control. So what I'm waiting for here from Catty Gang is one perfect setup from you. One perfect,
Yep.
I am offended, or perhaps one perfect ultimate coming in from Songhud. But I feel like they are just going to be playing on the defensive side, whereas Nightmare Esports are just having the time of their lives here.
It's a kind of a ticking time bomb as well for Catty
Right.
Gang, given that they do have a Lunox and a Beatrix that can scale up pretty well, but that one
Ooh.
was explosive. Two people dead in an instant. It's gonna allow them to secure this tower in the bot lane, in the mid lane, might as well in the top lane as well. Another
Oh, they could-
casualty
they
as
could
Sarge
end
falls
this.
down.
They
Yeah,
could
they're just gonna
potentially end
one.
this. Yep, they are gonna go for it, and there you go, the triple kill for Too Easy for Lexi, and there you go. Base goes down as well in perhaps, just maybe, one of the fastest matches we've seen here in the Mekong qualifiers. So, Nightmare Esports, congratulations for securing in the very first game here in the qualifiers. An explosive start and a great start for your team. But as for Catty Gang, I feel like they are still waiting for that groove, waiting for that rhythm. They still have one more game later on, so watch out for that.
And we want to give highlight, of course, to the roaming support here of Nightmare Esports,
Nanoship.
Nanoship, doing such a fantastic job. We talked about his role, interruption, and making sure he can disrupt everything, the rotation, the farming there of Katigang, and he made sure that he tracks down the locations of the enemy team, and that kind of allowed the scaling to be in favor of
Right.
Nightmare Esports, and we can heavily see it reflected here on the stats.
Yeah, Soul is the MVP. Although we didn't see much of the Valentina's ultimate being popped up, it's not as flashy. But can I just say that Valentina is one of those heroes that it's very very difficult to deal with. You have the Terrify, you got the mobility as well. So I think this is one of the mages that you shouldn't give away. Like it's one of the top bans for a reason. So I feel like it could have been banned out, but I feel like Catty Gang had some sort of plan here. They perhaps they were thinking, okay, maybe perhaps we could deal with the Valentina, but apparently, Soul was just. I mean, if you take a look at what he did earlier on, power dives, even taking in the ultimate of the lane. So it was just, the rotations were on point here by Nightmare Esports, and like what you mentioned, Gigi, the roamer here of Nightmare Esports is very commendable.
Yeah, and now they have 1 point. They only need to secure another win to have that solid start here at the MSC Mekong qualifier. I think Katigang will try to do it their very best to match it up and bring this to a tie, given that it's a best of two. But they have to really patch up their mistake, one of which is kind of that miscoordination. They have this draft that can have a good performance in the early game and can scale out well
Right.
towards the late game as well. However, given the problem that Nanoship has been giving onto them with the amount of rotation and the interruption he has been giving towards Katigang, I think that's one of the things they did not expect, and they have to be more prepared for the next game, because I think that that method that Nightmare Esports have made towards game number one can be done once again with a better draft in game number two.
Yeah, so there is still going to be a game number two here. Like when we mentioned Group A, this is Group A, right? This is Group A that we'll be playing in today, best out of two in a round robin stage. And of course, it's still going to be Nightmare Esports in the next game. No breaks for them, but they will be going up against another one of the top teams here in the Mekong qualifiers, which is Team Vietnam. And if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Cyber XA. So let's take a look and wait for the signal from our teams. But I mean, for you, Gigi, like I mean, you mentioned the savior. What else are you looking forward to see here in the Mekong Club? For me, I'm actually looking forward to see the yin being put into play. Like I've seen a very deadly yin, like isolating like those really squishy targets. So I want to see the yin being put into play here. I also want to see perhaps a Moskov. Yeah. I'm curious to see how it will be played here.
I'm actually wanting to see. Well, if I'm gonna be a little bit biased towards my pickings, you know that I have been spamming a lot of Layla lately, or for the past few months actually. I want to see it, but no, of course, it's not gonna be one of the best picks, given that mobility is kind of the priority here for the lineups. I'd rather see something like a healing matchup.
Uh huh.
I remember having that meta of an X-Borg, then double healers,
Oh yeah.
like Estes and Rafaela,
Mhm.
and them having to be able to kind of muscle out on that long, sustained team fights that can be a big hassle towards late game. It has a weak point though. Early game is gonna be troubling for them, but once they overcome that early game, transitioning towards the mid game to late game is gonna be a piece of cake,
Yeah, you know what I want to
and I
see
miss
as
it.
well? Like the triple tank setup. Like okay,
Oh,
a jungler tank, a side laner tank, a roaming tank, and then you got like two burst heroes, perhaps like a Beatrix, a Brody, and then maybe
mhm.
include a Cecilion or an Eve. Like it makes so much sense because I mean these squishy targets won't be they won't be able to get caught up by like assassins or whatnot if you have like three tanks. I've seen this in a rank game and it worked so well for the team. So I'm looking forward to see perhaps like a triple tank meta. I mean, it is the tank meta after all. I'm also looking forward to see perhaps maybe a carry being put into play here because the carry is known. I mean, we've seen a Lunox, the mage tank killer. I'm looking forward to see the
Mhm.
carry as well. I've been seeing it so much in rank games recently. I don't know about you, Gigi.
Carry the Lunox, add in Melissa as well because
Oh
of
yeah.
her kit, and also I have seen some builds of Melissa that's kind of broken, like having that Demon Hunter sword and a golden staff that pretty much works on her skills as well. And given that it is a tank meta as well, like lots of heroes can be used, but
Mhm.
there is a little bit more favor
Mhm.
towards the tanky heroes that kind of works for Nightmare Esports a while
Yeah.
ago, right? They had a glue, they had that Hilda that kind of made it difficult for Catty Gang. And now, as they transition towards the blue side, they are gonna be really respecting it. Instant ban for them.
Yeah, for the Hilda, like Nanoship's Hilda was absolutely just very very annoying in game number one. Didn't give enough time for Aika to farm, so it's going to be the Hilda ban and Savior ban here for Catty Gang and the Valentina. Of course, we've seen Nightmare Esports use it, but this time it's actually Catty Gang on the blue side, which means that they will be having the first pick here. So it's deadly to let go of this Valentina. I want to see the Selena being put into play. I mean, for the most part, I've been casting like in international tournaments as well, and I've seen the Selena being banned often. But right now, with the addition of
Mhm.
these new heroes, the Savior, Yin, and the Melissa, like what you mentioned, these are actually prio bans as well. So maybe Nightmare
My
Esports
pleasure.
here, still the Karina ban. There's a lot open here. There's a lot of I want to see the Basha being put into play as well. So I don't know. I don't know. GG.
I want to see Basha. I want to see Grok. I want to see all those
Yeah, Grok is
tanks
open.
being in the game because those picks, those heroes are what makes the game kind of more interesting and how the team fights will happen. There's a lot of respect Katagang
Yeah.
is giving towards Nightmare Esports, and we do understand that They pretty much had the most fantastic games so far to start off this MSC Mekong qualifier, and you do have to pay dear respect towards those picks. You
Right.
know, Nano's ship has made it clear that once he gets his hero, he will make sure to actually make it work.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure if Catty Gang is just banning based on what they've seen in game number one, or is it perhaps Catty Gang doesn't have so much info about Nightmare Esports? I know if you're going up against a certain team, right? You do your respective research, what are their comfort picks, but maybe perhaps Catty Gang is just banning out heroes that they've seen Nightmare Esports play. So I'm guessing maybe just maybe these two teams don't really know much about each other, and right after today you can kind of see like what kind of play style they have. But there you go, the graph was banned out in the first game, and here you have it. Catty Gang does secure it. I've seen a graph in the gold lane with the weapons master, absolutely lethal, so lethal.
The moment you think it's a tank,
Yeah.
then you
No,
see
it's
the
not.
damage. You get deleted in an instant. You check out the items and okay, it's a
Oh,
damage
yeah.
build.
Yeah, okay, sometimes you kind of see that in the early game. Okay, it's a damage graph, but right after everyone gets their items, you can kind of change it up. Like, okay, maybe we can change it up to tank items, but it's going to be Catty Gang with solid double tank. So this actually might be a gold lane graph. Okay, it kind of confirms my theory that it's a gold lane graph with a sprint that is so deadly. You can't even catch it. Like after it uses the sprint, it's going to be difficult to catch it. But Nightmare Esports here has their comfort picks as well. I mean, this Eve was banned out, and you got the Esmeralda. Great choice here for Nightmare Esports to pick up, especially since the Esmeralda can deal with the Eve. So right now, the only problem here for the Eve is the Lancelot. Maybe perhaps Nightmare Esports, if they want to go for the conventional bans, a great way to answer this would perhaps be like Catty Gang banning out the Yu Song. Sorry, Nightmare Esports rather banning out the Yu Song. A great answer to the
And
Eve as well.
I mean, Lunox as well, as it can deal with the
there you
Esmeralda
go.
quite
Ooh.
effectively. It's gonna be
On
expected,
point.
just like how we talked about it. Katigang, I'm looking forward to what other picks are they gonna try to get to complete their draft. Given that they have two solid tanks, they're gonna stick with their usual picks as well, having that assassin. Go through all those front lines towards the back line, which is kind of squishy for the
Oh,
moment.
dear.
You know, you have that Eve that no longer has that a protection from crowd control, and if you can get through all those front lines that Nightmare Esports are gonna try to have in their draft, you're gonna be able to deal a lot of damage, but they have to complete it with a much more. Beatrix removed by Katigang. I wonder what they are gonna be choosing to try and have that tank destroyer on their lineup, because the
Yeah,
Esmeralda is
carry.
such a big
I'm just
hassle.
saying, carry is still open. It's a tank killer, and Nightmare Esports can actually pick up the carry. I mean, if they want to go that route, okay, let's go for the late game carry. Let's go for the tank killer. They can go for that. And the Lilia ban here, I was actually expecting Nightmare Esports to pick up a Lilia, since the composition here of Catty Gang is more on the pickoffs. You have the Franco, you got the Lancelot, but they still went with Eve. But I mean, Eve is a great choice. So I think Nightmare Esports is going for that traditional front to back line composition. You got the lane to do the cleanup, and then you got the Eve to dish out massive damage from the back lines. And you also got the Esmeralda to zone everyone out in the front line. So now Nightmare Esports has that great type of front to back, like what I mentioned. And as for Catty Gang, it's still the melee type. Like, okay, you got the pick off potential here, but they still don't have much AoE. But Nightmare Esports, their lineup is looking deadlier and deadlier after each pick. The 1-1, which is great,
This is
up
a good
against
pick.
melee
Yep.
hero. This is fantastic.
Melee tanks, you can just outmaneuver them. This is one of the heroes I'm kind of looking forward to see on a double tank, against a double tank lineup, and it coming into play makes me think that, okay, Nightmare Esports are really going for this second game. They want to establish this 2-0. Katagang, they have a good draft so far, but there's a lot of weaknesses showing up. One is the Esmeralda, two is the 1-1 later on,
Yeah.
which has a lot of mobility. So
They
how
need
can you
the
catch that? How can
range.
you deal all
Ooh,
those damage?
my favorite. There you go. Pick up that Sicilian Catty Gang. Pick it up. I know you guys want to pick that up. Yeah, pick up the
Lock it up.
Sicilian. Lock it
Yo.
in. There you go. I was talking about this earlier on GG. I mean, it isn't a triple tank setup here. It's a double tank. Pretty much good still. You got the Sicilian covered. You got the Popple and Koopa for the pokes. This is a great answer from Catty Gang. So they got the burst. You also got the damage. And if you're talking about the Popple and Koopa, this is an absolute lane bully. Okay, if you're talking
Yep.
about the 1-1, someone that can go up against it is the Popple and Koopa. So I'm looking forward to see this different type of setup in the gold lane because for the longest time, I've only seen a Beatrix and a Click going up against each other for like so many seasons already. So I'm so happy to see this. The Popple and Koopa and the 1-1.
Yeah, finally, it's a change.
Yeah, a
And a
change.
change we definitely have been looking forward to. I like how they picked up the Popol and Koopa as well against the 1-1 because you have that single
Oh,
target
dear.
crowd control that can set up or at least interrupt the mobility of the 1-1. But this
Oh, the
last pick,
Atlas. Bye bye, baby
Atlas for this
blue.
setup.
Yeah, it could be a bye-bye for Catty Gang if you get caught up with the instant purify from the side of Catty Gang. So
The
it's so
respects
funny. Like when
are
they picked
paid.
up the Atlas, it was just instant purify from Songhad and
They
Raiden.
were like,
So
nope, nope,
nope,
not
we're
this
just not
again,
having
not this
this
again.
Atlas.
Cleanse.
Yeah. I mean, a great answer to the Atlas would have been a Diggy, but since considering that Catty Gang picked up two tanks already, it kind of makes sense that okay, yeah, wait. Okay, so it's an XP lane Grok. It's an XP lane
Mm.
Grok and a gold lane Popple Koopa. So still pretty much traditional, but I'm expecting this to be the sort of lethal and tanky type of Grok for the side of Katigan.
I'm also kind of curious what will be the interaction between, it's a Grok versus an Esmeralda, I am assuming. So, given the Esmeralda sustain in the lane and how a bully she can be towards the lane as well, it may be a bit of a hassle for the Grok.
Yeah, man. Nightmare Esports, they got a very fast game number one. Will it still be the same here? I mean, they got Sicilian here, which means that Catty Gang is actually expecting or they are preparing for the fact that this game will head into the late game. But look at Bye Bye Baby Blue. Just some pressure here, enough pressure here for Nightmare Esports. Contest for the Little Wanderer, but it's going to be nice. Aika does secure it with the retribution.
Fantastic early game so far here by both teams. A slower start, rather. But as we have assumed, and on the top lane, there is Jasmine trying to win that 1v1. He is winning the 1v1, but now it's a 2v1.
Yep.
He's trying to escape.
This is so funny. It's like two tanks. Make that three tanks if you include Esmeralda. Jasmine, Rock Block, and
Aw.
First Blood. Sealing the deal. Mini from the side of Catty Gang this time. But this is pretty much the same thing for Catty Gang. They did get the first blood in the first game. But right now, what matters is how they will utilize this to the fullest. I mean, this is pretty much the same thing that they had earlier on. So now, what Catty Gang needs to do is secure in that objective, something that they lacked in the first game.
They need to play this out more safely. Other than when compared to the first game, they kind of were pressured a lot given the fact that they were being bullied all throughout, especially because of that Hilda. And now they're just gonna play this safe. Getting
Bye-bye,
that pick up
Baby
onto
Blue.
Bye Bye Baby Blue is gonna be amazing. Iga picks
Bye-bye
up
for
the
you.
kill. Turtle is being started here by Nightmare Esports, but it's being contested. Sinon will get that steal. Give that man a medal because that steal was amazing. And here comes the reinforcements from the base. Katagang losing two members, even though they got the turtle. Casualties are going to be a big thing, and they have to escape. Aika will be able to do so, and just in time for his purple buff.
Fortunately enough, there were not more casualties right after Bye Bye Baby Blue. But still, it evens out the game right now. 2-2 is our score. Beautiful initiation coming in from Mini. So yeah, I was right. This is Mini on the roaming role, and it's a side lane Grok. I'm right again. It's a weapons master Grok on a sprint. So it's the little Grok here for Catty Gang. So again, looking forward to see the pressure. This time Catty Gang kind of has an answer to what Nightmare Esports is showing. So this is pretty much a great start for them.
Yeah, I'd like to remind as well that there has been a swap of player here for the side of Niightmare Esports.
Bye Bye Baby
No
Blue.
longer is Nanoship here. It's replaced by Bye Bye Baby Blue. That's why we have this insane respect towards the Atlas with 2 cleanse. Given that Nightmare Esports are going to be looking forward to those setups, which they tried onto that fight in Turtle, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. There is though another one here at the bot, but with the
Fatal
class, they won't
Links.
be able to use it. Fatal Link is huge, but so does the damage here by Raiden.
dear.
They will pick up 2.
fights back.
It does get the 2. Aika will secure the 3rd for the team, but there is a retaliation here by Lexi. Can he go with a
Oh,
1v4?
dear.
Make it a 5 because the dog is also there. It's just gonna be 4 casualties. Oh, it's a disaster for Nightmare Esports.
Absolute disaster for Nightmare Esports. They were the one who initiated that, and in fact, it bites them back. So what just happened there? I mean, it was the
Literally
setup
bites him back.
Yeah, I mean, from the popular group of Raiden. It was just like what I mentioned. This is a lane bully, and they get this tower on the bot side. Literally, a different story here for Catty Gang. This time, they are looking really good. They got some sort of map control here on the bot side, which means this is going to be faster rotation. Perhaps Catty Gang can actually switch up this time, but if I take a look at it, it's still pretty much wise for Raiden to take in that bot lane still. It's going to be difficult for Raiden to switch up the lane with Xenon here, especially since the 1-1 has been buffed pretty well, and Xenon is pretty much a melee hero. Mini, in the midst of it all, will he get caught up? Fat speeds here by Songhad, as well as the pokes coming in from Raiden. Real world manipulation onto the backside, but Bye Bye Baby Blue goes bye-bye once again. The turtle is up for the grabs, and it will be Nightmare Esports that takes this one. Fights them back again. Catty Gang with the answer. 3 kills here for Nightmare Esports.
And a fantastic take on the turtle as well. It turns of tides here for both teams. Having the aggression sometimes becomes overconfidence here for the team, and having to switch the tides towards the favor of Nightmare Esports now accelerates the game in their favor. Kami is gonna secure this tower. Xenon is gonna try to escape, but he does so eventually. Looking at how Nightmare Esports are behaving right now, definitely they got their momentum back from that fight earlier, and Katagang has to pay respect. They have to focus on their strength. Pick-offs, which can be initiated here by Mini, is gonna try, but misses by a hairline towards Bye Bye Baby Blue.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Franco, right? If you don't get the hook, you know what I would advise Franco users is just to use the flicker and then the bloody hunt combo. I mean, at least you still kind of get some pick off here, but it's difficult to do here. There's a lot of CC for Nightmare Esports, so it's still pretty much not easy to go in for Mini here. So I mean, it's going to be crucial where he lands in the Iron Hood, especially later on. The heroes that you want to get are Soso and Kami, the one that dishes out massive damage. But speaking of damage, look at Songhad here, just having the time of his life, stacking up, and it's just the 6-minute mark. You can kind of see the burst that's coming out from the Sicilian, which is why he is actually an absolute threat here in the current meta. And speaking of threat, Nightmare Esports knows that very well. Takes down Songhad, but Catty Gang has a different plan here. They try to take down the mid side, but here comes Kami.
Oh, Kami.
Here comes Kami with the double kill. Not being able to pop in that ultimate, as now Catty Gang will be on the full retreat. 6-minute
Yeah,
mark.
A while ago, he was on the bot lane, so Katagang was like, what? What are you doing here now, picking up those double kill? Nightmare Esports are being really proactive now with a 4K gold lead, continuing on constantly as they secure more objectives, as the tower will fall down on the bot lane later on, given the fact that Nightmare Esports have full control on the bot side jungle here of Katagang, and despite those hooks coming in from Mini, if it misses, it gives that window of opportunity or breathing room for Nightmare Esports to make their play.
Yep. And Kami,
Oh,
with this Inspire, Bye Bye Baby Blue is the one that gets caught, but Mini doesn't go in for the engage. But once again, Catty Gang, or rather Nightmare Esports, is looking really good here, despite the fact that Catty Gang actually got a great early lead. But this is Nightmare Esports knowing their strength very well. Who got the hook? It's Bye Bye Baby Blue that goes down. And there you go. Catty Gang is still showing us pretty much why they are still deadly with this type of composition.
Oh, Cammy though!
Cammy pops in that ultimate. She's flying with a double kill. And they take down this mid-side second tier tower. And GG, I was just saying that it's Catty Gang that got the great early game advantage. And again, I did mention how they will be able to utilize it to their fullest. But right now, it seems like Nightmare Esports, after those skirmishes on the bot side, it seems like Nightmare Esports got their groove back.
Definitely got their group back. 6-1-1 on Cammy. He is so ahead against the gold laner here of Katagan, which is Raiden, level 11 to level 8. That is how far this 1-1 is into the game already. And we have seen him spending a lot of time on the bot lane, just farming. Katagang is trying to set up here. Oh, it's a nice ultimate by the Atlas. Comboed with Sosko with that real world manipulation and with the front lines down. The transitioning toward the back line and it's just flying over every member of Katagang. Almost got the kill onto Songhud as well. They're happy to disengage with just 3 because maybe not so. There is Alexi on the backside, inside the base, no problem. He's gonna fall out.
A little bit too overzealous there. A little bit too overzealous by Nightmare Esports. But I don't know, GG. I mean, if you're playing in a stage such as the MSc Mekong qualifiers, of course you want to do in all those flashy plays. Let's do in some flashy plays here from Too Easy for Lexi. I mean, I want to see this. I want to put this in my highlights. So that was pretty much overzealousness coming in from Nightmare Esports, but pretty much a kill that they wanted to have. It was an almost wipeout here for Nightmare Esports, but still, it is their game here. Cammy is so lethal. Look at Nightmare Esports just giving Cammy all the buffs all around the map. I'm actually curious to see what her items are right now. I mean, perhaps like the corrosion side and the Demon Hunter sword. So, I mean, I've seen a one with no boots, just like damage items, still pretty much deadly.
Especially if you have enough front lines or like the peel is enough coming in from your allies. You won't be needing that much mobility anymore, given the fact that Katagang's composition is kind of slow. They mostly rely on the hook and the bloody hunt here by Mini. They have full control towards the Lord. Jasmine is being the irritating zoner, just like what you said.
Yeah.
They buy a lot of time. Here comes Cammy once again. They double kill already. Might be a kill. Can he actually get a Savage? Give the Savage
a win. It's a wipeout.
It's a wipeout. They're gonna be happy with that. And well, it's pretty much the game heavily in favor of Nightmare Esports right now.
They got the Lord too.
10,000 gold lead, and they just can go for the end.
Yeah, they can go for an end. Not unless, well, the timers aren't so deadly yet, but Cammy gets the hook here from Mini. Beautiful shutdown here by Mini, taking down Cammy, but still, there are 4 members of Nightmare Esports still up. You still got the Lord, so they pretty much still got 5 members here, evening out the ball game here. Says, oh, Too Easy for Lexi. The Purify being popped up here by the members of Catty Gang. They are a little bit too deep. The Lord goes down, and now Soul and Jasmine has nowhere to go but back. But that's pretty much a successful defense here from Katigang, still holding on for this game.
Yeah, Katigang still alive. Nightmare Esports attempted to end the game earlier. However, it was unfortunate for Cammy. Now with another hook, this time towards Jasmine, they will secure another pickoff. And this is where Katigang strives. When they get the proper pickoffs, they kind of get that edge for the next team fight, in which Nightmare Esports has to decide to fall back, even if they do have the lead in terms of gold. Because if you get the pickoff towards the carry, Katagang will just outmuscle Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, I was talking about the hooks coming in from Mini, and he actually did it. But now it is Bye Bye Baby Blue looking for that setup, but he's the one that gets caught up in the mids of it all. But here comes Cammy with the re-engage. He's flying once again, and it could be a wipe. But look at the damage coming in from Cammy with the Winter Truncheon from Songhud, but it's just not enough as Lexi pops in that emoji as well. 2 members left here for Catty Gang. Can they still hold on? I mean, Kami, yeah, Minnie did get that hook earlier on, but how long can Catty Gang hold on? But I mean, I do have to commend them for a very successful defense here. Kami really, really trying to go in for the tower. This could be the possible end here for Niightmare Esports Epic of Plagues, but Kami with the tower lock takes in this game. And it's going to be Niightmare Esports with the 2-0 up against Catty Gang.
Fantastic performance here, definitely coming from a Nightmare Esports. They had
Yeah.
a rough start, I would say. Katigang got 4 kills earlier towards the bot side of the map, but again, it's kind of like a deja vu happening, but this time in favoring of Nightmare Esports, winning a team fight, getting 3 to 4 kills on that turtle fight, and from then on, they were the ones who became more consistent, just like in the first game. Once they get their lead, they hold on to it for dear life, and they do not let go of it. There were some hiccups though.
Yeah.
Cammy getting picked off. Sometimes Lexi and Jasmine as well because of the hooks coming from Minnie. However, as we see the stats, it's pretty much a decent performance by
Yeah.
them. We have to really pay respect to Cammy as well, as he is the MVP with that amount of
I
farming.
told you Cammy didn't
paid
have
off
any
well.
boots. It's the one
No
one with
boot.
no boots. Yeah. I mean, I've seen this. I didn't know it's actually being used. I mean, most of the time, like, you go for the attack speed boots, right? And this time, Cammy's just, okay, let's just go in for those full damage items on the one. And I actually did fantastic. I think he was able to pop up the ultimate so many times in that game. I mean, I couldn't count there's so many people flying in that game. Too easy for Lexi on the Ling, the one of Kavi, and even Atlas of Bye Bye Baby Blue. So, yeah, congratulations to Nightmare Esports for securing in this round robin slot. But, Gigi, talking about the games today, we will be having a 20-minute break. But of course, guys, don't miss out on the next match, which will be Team Vietnam up against Nightmare Esports once again. So there you go. It's a 20-minute break. You got Burger Kim and Gigi at your service, and we'll be right back.
All right,
There you
we are
go.
back. Yeah, welcome back to MSC, the Mekong Qualifier. And again, we are your shoutcasters. Giyang Gaming here with me is Burger Kim. Thank you for your patience on waiting for this tournament to continue after that interesting 2-0 a while ago by Nightmare Esports against Catty. They this time will face off against Team Vietnam in a best of two series once again. And to think about how they performed in the past series, well, it was really good. However, I
Mhm.
think there are some things that they need to patch up to have a better performance if they want to maintain their solid standing as of the moment.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, right now you got Nightmare Esports once again in the stage right now, going up against Vietnam's very own CyberXA, if I'm not mistaken, or actually they're called Team Vietnam because I think, if I'm not mistaken, they will be the ones who will be representing their country in the upcoming Sea Games. So that's something you guys have to watch out for. I mean, it's what a time to be alive. Like being
Yep.
an esports fan, being a Mobile Legends Bang Bang fan as well. Like it's such a great time to be alive. There's so many events. You got the MSC 2022, which will be happening in Kuala Lumpur 2022, and then you also got the Mekong qualifiers, which will be happening up until April 24th. So stay tuned for more action-packed games. But once again, this is the second round robin stages for today, right, Gigi?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and talking about opportunities, of course, this is also an opportunity for everyone, including us. So it is something that we are very much thankful of, particularly to everyone involved in this Muntun MLB, the MLBB
Right.
community, Msc Global, VNG Games, Verasa, and Lao Esports Federation. Thank you so much for having us. And in this series on the next, do you have any insights or predictions from based on how we saw the performance of Nightmare Esports a while ago? This time against Team Vietnam, do you think they can still secure a 2-0, or maybe it will be a much difficult time for them this time?
Because I mean they're going up against Vietnam. They are very capable as well. So I can't say just yet, but all I can say is like it's going to be a very action-packed game. I mean, I did say this for the first game. I was expecting something explosive as well, but I
Mm-hmm.
do have to say that Catty Gang did put up a fight. But for this next series, I think it will be a very interesting matchup, especially since it's Laos and Vietnam. These are your regions. Like, I mean, I've been casting for quite some time in the international scene. All I can say is these regions have very similar metas. And if I'm not mistaken, they also know each other, or maybe perhaps like they
Mm-hmm.
go on scrims together as well. So I think it's going to be very fascinating to put all those things together. here in the Mekong qualifiers, especially since all of them are actually vying for the top spot here, or the spot to actually be in MSC 2022, going up against like powerhouses like the Philippines, Singapore, Indonesia, all of these regions they will be going up against in the MSC 2022.
Yeah, during the 2021 MSC, we saw Nightmare Esports and I Do Not Sleep Esports participate on that, and I think they want to have a better performance coming into this 2022 version of the MSC. So this is going to be their stepping ground towards that particular goal, and they do have to make it work. Improve on themselves constantly and also make sure that they patch up their mistakes, because no team is perfect, of course.
Right.
There are some lapses here and there, but it's when you actually become quite consistent on fixing up your mistake and also improving at the same time, not only as an individual or as a player, but also as a team in terms of your coordination and how sync you are. That's when you become quite different from quite a different league from the other teams.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it takes some time to actually build in the synergy. I mean, even us as casters, right? I mean, Gigi, you and I, we've been casting for quite some time. And I would just love to say that I am very comfortable with you. I feel like this is the
Yeah,
type of
let's go.
thing that the players want to feel as well. Like, you want to feel comfortable with your team, you want to feel comfortable with each other's movements. And I mean,
Mhm.
for us, after casting for a while together, we already kind of know each other's
Mhm.
signals, sign languages. I'm pretty sure the players also have that sort of synergy as well. So, put that all into play, put in your micro and macro all in together. You get in a superstar team.
Yeah. And that's what builds that superstar team that most teams are trying to have right now, especially that MSC is huge.
Yeah.
MSC is huge, and a lot of teams, Titans are gonna be qualifying in that, and if you want to be able to have that fighting chance against them, you have to do well in here. I want to talk about I Do Not Sleep Esports and Nightmare Esports, particularly as they have qualified for the 2021. They did not necessarily had the best performance, so I think this time with a little bit of changes that they have made towards their roster or like their play style as well, this is going to be a good start. I want to talk about the performance of Nightmare Esports towards the first game.
Yeah.
Nano Ship having
Oh
a
yeah.
fantastic performance as a roaming tank, and also a bit of a good job for Bye Bye Baby Blue,
Bye bye, baby
because
blue.
he was gathering a lot of information, getting some vision, and setting up for the team. However, he had suffered more casualties than he necessarily needed to. So I think that's one of the things that they can actually work on. But for Cammy, spot on that one.
Yeah, spot on. Like, I mean, I can't even count how many times Cammy was flying in that game earlier. Like, perhaps like more than 5 times he was able to pop in that ultimate. So perhaps I think for this next match is like GG. We've seen a 1-1. We've seen the tank meta being put into play as well here in the MSC Mekong qualifier. So I'm looking forward to seeing more. Like perhaps the Melissa. We've seen already the Valentina. I mean,
Please,
most of the time
Melissa.
it's been banned out. So yeah, and the Masha as well. Like these are staple bans. Like for the past few patches, it has always been like a Valentina, Selena. But this time with the recent buffs in the with the tanks, it has gone like a different way. So the Masha and the Ling, of course, Team Vietnam has been doing their research. I feel like they've been watching the previous games of Nightmare Esports, and they take out the Ling as well, which seems to be a comfort pick here for Nightmare Esports.
Well, no ban on the Hilda just yet. I think that's one of the heroes that they should ban. Oh, well, it's Bye Bye Baby Blue that's playing as the roaming support right now. So maybe that's one of the reasons they're not particularly banning out the Hilda, which was an immense amount of threat towards them during the game number one. Against Catty Gang, but in this game against Team Vietnam, I like how Nightmare Esports are removing some of their weaknesses towards their game number two
Yeah, the
versus
Franco of
Katigang.
Mini.
Mm-hmm. You know, the
Yeah,
hooks that can kind of tilt uh, a decision or like a plan for a team, you know.
right. Oh, the Wan Wan as well. Yeah, speaking of the deadly combos, the Wan Wan of Kami was absolutely lethal in the first series. And Team Vietnam, like what I mentioned, they've been watching closely. They've been keeping their eyes peeled for possible comfort picks here of Nightmare Esports. It's going to be respect bands here as well as Nightmare Esports. The Franco was just I mean, even if you don't land the hook, it's still pretty much a threat, or perhaps like a sort of it's more of like even if you don't land the hook, it's pretty much like still scary. Even if you
Mm-hmm.
like do that hook, right? Like even if it doesn't land, it's still pretty much a threat to the side of Nightmare Esports, and it's going to be the Valentina. Quite surprising here, since Nightmare Esports does have the first pick. So Team Vietnam, they got the last ban here. What's it going to be? Is it going to be against Too Easy for Lexi? Is it Bye Bye Baby Blue, or perhaps even Jasmine's heroes? Jasmine has been using zoning heroes quite well, the Esmeralda, the glue. So perhaps they can take out perhaps Cammy's heroes, Jasmine's heroes here.
Yep. I'm also quite confused as you are on the Valentina pick because they did pick it up first on their game number one against Catty Gang, and they even drafted a solid engaged composition. Hilda still going to be respected here by Team Vietnam uh, despite Nano Ship not being on this game number one of Nightmare
Yep.
Esports. I'm wondering what they would pick up. A lot of heroes
Maybe
are
the
available.
Eve. Yeah, the Eve. It seems like Nightmare Esports loves to go in for that front to back line. I did mention this in game number one. Perhaps they are
And they did
setting
it
up
in
for
game number
something
two.
like this. Yeah, perhaps they can go for the same thing. Like,
Oh,
yeah, it could be. It could be the Eve and the Karina combo. We've seen this panned out earlier on by Catty Gang. They did their research, and now it seems like Team Vietnam is willing to let this go. They prefer to let them have the Karina over the Ling. I mean, the Ling is so difficult to deal with. It can split push, it can steal objectives. But of course,
mm-hmm.
speaking of meta picks as well, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm loving so far in the current meta. So many heroes that are quite OP in the recent patch. Tanks is one of them, and Grok is absolutely doing well in the current meta. One of the top picks, and its win rate has actually improved so much. The Beatrix and the Grok combo, if used properly, could be deadly here for the side of Nightmare Esports, since so far they only
Oh,
have a Karina. But ooh, a change of heart here from Vietnam, going for
yeah,
the
Savior instead.
Savior. Looking
I
good.
think there has been so much favoring on the Savior because of like
Yeah, the
how much
range,
damage it can deal, like the range as well.
the
Karina,
vision, yeah.
Eve now gonna be like the option, just like what you said earlier.
Yeah, they
And
were going
since
for
the
this.
Beatrix wasn't locked in earlier by Team Vietnam, Nightmare Esports are gonna be more than happy to take it instead.
Yeah, more than happy indeed. Because you know what? The Eve, I was actually expecting that they would pick this up since they banned out the Valentina. I mean, what's the greatest threat up against the Eve? Not just the Farsa, it's also the Valentina that can, it can copy anything, right? It can even copy your skin. So if, guys, if you don't have
Copy.
if you don't have the skin that you want, and then your opponent's got your dream skin, all you gotta do is pick up that Valentina. No tank, pick up the Valentina.
Oh, you
No
want that
marksman, pick
collector
up the
skin that your opponent
Valentina.
has?
Oh
Pick
dear.
up the
Oh my.
Fanny.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is
Oh,
okay.
we're going on
I've
an
seen
exhibition
this.
match.
Yeah, this is going to be beautiful. I did say it, right? I did say it. Nightmare Esports had a fantastic first game, but this spices things up for Team Nightmare Esports and Team Vietnam. The fanny pick for Joe. This has been a
And you
respect
have a
ban.
grok.
The
Oh
Grok
my.
and the Fanny. Oh dear. If you put up the Grok, the barrier coming in for the gorgeous barrier from the
Put
Grok,
it
then you
in
got the
front of
Fanny
the
to
Eve.
spam in the skills. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
beautiful, beautiful setups from Vietnam. I was saying that yes, they still don't have a roamer here for Nightmare Esports. Smart man here from Team Vietnam. What is the counter to a Fanny is the crowd control. Obviously, number one pick would be the Kufra. They take it out. Smart choice from Team Vietnam. Surprising everyone, even Nightmare Esports themselves. So I think right now Nightmare Esports still pretty much got it. They got the Eve for the crowd control. They still
Mhm.
need someone to control this Fanny.
Yeah, and well, one of the counters or like a good matchup for those who have high mobility in terms of dashes and stuff might be something like a Phobius, but do you think it
Oh,
can be a good option here for Nightmare Esports, given the fact that, well, even if the Phobius would try to stop this Fanny, there's still that threat of the Savior that can burst them out, and they haven't even picked up their marksman yet.
oh yeah, that's so much range, right? You got the Savior. Savior's kind of like okay for everyone who hasn't tried out the new hero Savior yet. It
Try it
has. It's
out.
kind of like think of Layla and Moscov's ultimate all in one. If
Mhm.
Moskov and Layla had a kid or a child, it's Savior. It's kind of like that. You mash up the Layla, you mash up the Moskov. What do you get? You get a Savior. Still pretty much a very OP pick in the current patch. And yeah, I did mention in the previous game that the usual setup I see in the gold lane is the Clint and the Beatrix. And Nightmare Esports knows that very well. So they take out a lot of gold laners out here for Team Vietnam. Next
Mhm.
possible option, Popple and Koopa. Yeah, Popple and Koopa would be a great pickup here for Team Vietnam, or perhaps the Brody. Or maybe even the oh wait, the Wanman's taken out, so maybe the Brody.
Yep.
Ooh, but they take the Ruby as well. I mean, this is one of the heroes that can also counter the Fanny. This is so smart of Team Vietnam.
Yeah, they're building towards the Fanny pick here. And not only do they remove the possible counter onto the Fanny, it also has a good synergy for the setup here of Team Vietnam. You know, the Grok going in and putting up a wall, the Savior going in with the burst. Fanny just spinning to winning there towards the opponents. And you have the
Not a
Ruby that can
Balmond
set
this
up as
time.
well with a pull.
Oh, interesting enough, they pick up the Cho and the glue. So somewhat an answer to Team Vietnam, but this is really, really
Damage
scary for
show.
Team. Yeah, it's a roaming Cho. Oh wait, okay.
Because
If
there's
you're talking
glue,
about
right?
yeah, there
If
is
they
a
want
glue.
to
I mean,
stop the
the
Fanny,
glue can be the XP. So this is the thing. This is what's nice about Mobile Legends. You have all these heroes. I mean, the Cho is classified as a fighter, but sometimes you see it
mhm,
as a roaming Cho. Most of the time, actually, in the current
most
patch, you see it.
it's a roaming tank, right?
Oh dear, this is so much burst from Team Vietnam. You got the range, you got the setups, you got the
You
burst,
have a
and right now the
Claude. Oh,
only one to control this Manny is the glue and the Cho here. So yeah, it's going to be a roaming Cho here for Nightmare Esports.
you have a Claude as well here for Team Vietnam. So that's a
Late game
lot
Cho.
of team fighting power for Team Vietnam. Even on small skirmishes, they can win because of the Fanny pick. And well, it's gonna be a tough time here
Yeah.
for Nightmare Esports. Even if they have a good amount of front lines, make it kind of like three because the Karina can serve as a front line as well,
Yeah.
along with the Glue and the Cho. They can still get shredded with the Claude pick here of Team Vietnam, especially when he max out his stacks. It's gonna be deadly for them.
Yeah, I mean the savior. I mean, even if Fanny doesn't get anyone or doesn't take anyone down just yet, just pop in the dawning light from Gangshin here from Team Vietnam. It's just going to be really so much range from Team Vietnam. And as for Nightmare Esports, yes, they do have the kit to actually answer out to Team Vietnam. But let's see how this will pan out. So it will really matter here. The rotations coming in from Bye Bye Baby Blue as well as So So. So expect a lot of clashes here. You got the Savior, you got the Eve, two heroes with massive range. But I'm not so sure here about the gold lane matchup. You definitely have to give it to the Beatrix though. You have to give it to the Beatrix in the early game. I mean, this is a Claude that needs to scale up, right?
Yep. It's going to be the scaling late game team fighting here for Team Vietnam on the Claude perspective. So far, early game, it's more so focused on Joe and
Yeah.
too easy for Lexi because they're going to be the ones to try and have that early snowball capability and try to
Yes.
have that advantage, especially when the objectives come up, which is 48 seconds as of now for the first turtle. So all these information that both teams are getting are going to be very important as Team Vietnam is getting caught a little bit here. But top lane though, Joe with the first
Dear,
blood.
that's what I was talking about. You got the Guardian's Barrier up. Joe can totally spam the cables coming in from the Fanny. And not to mention that first blood is actually went to Team Vietnam. Went to Joe. So this is not good. I mean, you have to give it to the Fanny in the early game. But of course, Team Vietnam also knows that Sherry will definitely be having a hard time. So it's going to be a lot of pressure here on the gold lane, knowing for a fact that the XP laners can pretty much handle themselves. There's two tanks going up against each other. They can definitely sustain the lane, not unless there will be someone that, ganks the lane. Perhaps they can win it. But now, here comes the turtle up for the grabs in the 2-minute mark.
Priority by Team Vietnam towards the turtle as we see them going there first. But they're paying respect here towards Niightmare Esports because they can contest definitely with Jasmine on the flank right now, but he's being stopped here by, well, I like the name, Hehe. It's a lot of letters.
When he takes down someone, hehe.
It's like,
I've seen that in ranked games. Like when someone takes you down, they type hehe for some odd reason. There you go, the ultimate being popped up here by Jasmine. But here comes Joe with the steel cables. The real manipulation is still up. One member down here from Team Vietnam. 1-1 is our score. Not so much of the aggressive plays yet from Joe. I feel like he's still kind of waiting for that proper tempo. He can't just go in. I mean, there's the threat of the Joe. There's also the Karina. But I feel like it's going to be Niightmare Esports that will safely secure in this first turtle of the game.
yeah, and it's due to the fact that they got a kill with numbers advantage. They do have that priority on the objective. Looking at the goal, it's not that far for Niightmare Esports. Dawning Light gonna be used here onto the bot lane, and Joe is just, oh, okay, that was a bit
It's
of
not going
a...
crazy yet with the Fanny.
He's still warming up for now.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, this is going Cammy on this Beatrix. One sniper is enough to dish out that much damage. So I feel like Team Vietnam, they have to kind of pressure this gold lane, especially since they are, in terms of the gold lane, it is Cammy that has the advantage here. Especially, look at the pressure Nard is doing here. But Sherry still doesn't have that much damage. But Joe is going for the steel cables. The control, they get a kill. But here comes Baba Baby Blue, saving
He
the
tried
day.
to escape though,
One for one.
with the cable.
Gold laner for the jungler, GG, I'm not so sure about that.
It's gonna favor more so on a Niightmare Esports, I think, because the scaling is gonna be accelerated for Cammy. And looking at the other side, Jasmine has been winning ever since that he got camped by his ally towards his lane. And with the advantage they also have that priority on the first turtle a while ago. This time, it's gonna favor a little bit on Niightmare Esports as well, because Cammy picked up a kill. He would be able to clear out the wave, given that the matchup already favors him, because Sherry still has to scale up. I think it's gonna take him 2-3 items before he does significant damage on team fights. So the Team Vietnam, I think they're gonna be giving up objectives for the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it seems like Jasmine's doing pretty well. Got a lot of gold plating on the top side. Oh yeah, I completely forgot that Joe was able to pay him a visit earlier on. And speaking of Joe, takes down Soul in an instant, bursting him down. And not to mention, this is just the 5-minute mark. What more if Joe gets in more and more items? Here comes Team Vietnam, trying to secure in this turtle. But of course, Niightmare Esports will not just let it go right now. Turtle, Dawning Light, and there, Niightmare Esports gets in turtle in an instant. But here comes the payback from Team Vietnam. Oh, look at that, too easy for Lexi. In an instant, so much crowd control from Team Vietnam.
And this is what's scary for Team Vietnam. Yeah, they do give up the objective, but it doesn't mean that they can't put up a fight. When the setup was made here by Hey, Joe just instantaneously goes in. We see the struggle right now. As
well?
like, hey.
Should I laugh at I don't know, okay. Oh, okay, this time, we've seen a graph with the Weapons Master. I actually just noticed his emblem right now. It's a high and dry emblem and the flicker emblem. So, you just want to go in for the stats, you want to go in for the skills. But you can see on the bot side, side, here comes the entire cavalry, and they get what they want, which is the bot side tower. Team Vietnam looking really good. They got the kill score lead. They also, well, unfortunately, despite the number of kills they have, it seems like the gold lead is leaning more towards Nightmare Esports.
And because of their farming, they also get the turtles so far. Both of the turtles were taken by them. Just trying to play this out safe. Bye Bye Baby Blue is relatively tanky, and since it's a tank show, so it's not gonna be the target hero here for Team Vietnam. On the other side, though, Jasmine is going for a 1 versus 3. Not scared at all. He is bouncing like a ball here with a face.
Yeah, I call it like jelly.
Jelly.
Well, yeah, it is. It looks like it's making me really hungry right now. Oh, with Nightmare Esports, speaking of jelly, that's been zoning out Gangshin here as they take in the mid lane tower. This is crucial for Team Vietnam, but also Nightmare Esports and Team Vietnam, they know their winning condition. They just take in the objectives, which is actually good here for Team Vietnam. They take in 2 towers as compared to Nightmare Esports, only taking 1. And the kill score lead in favor of Vietnam. But with this turret takes, Team Vietnam once again has this pretty much the lead here.
Yep, Team Vietnam set upping here in the mid lane. Dawning Light being thrown after faces, and with low HP they have to retreat. Not for the Karina though, only Bye Bye Baby Blue because he's the tankier one. And that will lead to them losing a turret. As the game progresses, Team Vietnam becomes much more scary in terms of team fight, especially that Joe picks up 5 kills already at 8 minutes. He's gonna be going on speed runs towards opponents here of Nightmare Esports. Even if Kami, Soul are quite fed, or like they deal a lot of damage later on, this Fanny can still burst them out. So how do they fix that right now? You have Jasmine, you have Bye Bye Baby Blue, but will it actually be enough?
Yeah,
I think
but
not.
I mean, looking at Sherry's items, I mean, it's not just Joe we have to be worried about here. It's just Sherry silently farming, getting in the Golden Staff, getting in the Demon Hunter Sword as well. So any clash here that will be initiated by Nightmare Esports in the late game, it could really be deadly. But Jasmine, just look at that, buying so much time here for Nightmare Esports. It's just Team Vietnam just pouring in all their skills there, not even taking down Jasmine. And I mean, even though that's not really the best KDA, 0-2-1 for Jasmine, but what he has been doing is great so far. But map control wise, I do have to give it to Team Vietnam. Not unless, Nightmare Esports takes in more towers. I feel like right now it's not more of the clashes. They're like, okay, yeah, let's not do clashes here. We know who's going to win at the clashes. It might just favor Team Vietnam. Let's just take the towers here.
Yeah, Lexi 1v1 against Joe. He's gonna be winning since he is more durable, but he's being chased down here by Hehe. Regrets going to the top, so he's fleeing for the moment. They have a decent amount of control towards the top side jungle here of Nightmare Esports, and the wall being put up, set up, but no follow-up here by the rest of the team Vietnam. So that's gonna lead to this entry by Nightmare Esports. Not hesitating at all, going in. Nart is tanky, but not tanky enough to be able to escape. Giving the kill to Too Easy for Lexi. This will give them that comeback in terms of economy. A while ago, they were behind 1.5k, but with this small skirmish, they're getting their momentum back. If they can deny this purple buff from Joe, it's gonna affect so much the team fight.
It's going to be massive, like what you mentioned, GG. Yes, Nightmare Esports knows that for a fact, but it's great that Gangshin popped in that Dawning Light just to, kick back those members of Nightmare Esports pressuring in the purple buff. I mean, most of the time, yeah, if you're going up against a Fanny, where do you position yourself? The favorite, the purple buff here of Joe. I mean, looking at the economy, it's not that far, but it seems like Nightmare Esports is doing well up against the Fanny of Joe. I mean, we haven't seen so much of an aggressive play here for both teams, not so much of a flashy play, more on the objective-centered team fight.
Yep, and they have to rely a little bit more on Bye Bye Baby Blue for the setups. Jasmine 1v1 against Joe. He is struggling, but he's still breathing pretty well. Remains alive even after all those slashes from Joe. And with the Lord up, it's not the enhanced Lord just yet. So I think both teams are going to be waiting for that upgrade on this objective before they initiate it. Team Vietnam establishing control on this top side river. And I think Nightmare Esports are going to respect that for a moment.
Yeah, Bye Bye Baby Blues, Way of the Dragon earlier on was, yeah, enough to punish Team Vietnam. I mean, you got two of the tankiest members, and right after that, they could potentially have that sort of comeback that they want. Conceal being popped here by Team Vietnam, trying to get too easy for Lexi, but fortunately enough, he is able to feel that possible team fight that will break out in just a little bit. But both teams know for a fact that this will be a crucial team fight, since this is the Lord, an enhanced Lord at that 12-minute mark here, GG. And I am just, the silence is killing me here.
Yep, both junglers split pushing on the side lanes. So much responsibility on them because they have the highest of the mobility compared to the rest of the members on their respective teams. And right now, yeah, the scene looks kind of passive, but it's more mechanical than you think. Cammy being caught out here, but the turret just, you have to run. And while that's happening, there's a team fight breaking out here on the top side jungle. North trying to escape. They have numbers advantage, but they're not trying to push their limits. Hehe is just gonna be fleeing, attracting the members here of Niightmare Esports to chase on him so that the other teammates will be safe. And it's gonna take some time. It's dead.
Yeah, he's dead in an instant. Actually, he put up the Guardian's barrier only to set up a death for himself. So yeah, interesting enough that you pointed that out, that the junglers are just taking down turrets, which is actually good for both teams. That's really what they need to win. The pressure on the lanes is actually forcing someone to go back and clear it out. And right now, these two teams are just waiting for someone to initiate the team fight. They got all the tools that they need to do the pickoffs already. It's already the 13th minute mark, and I mean, it's more of like calculated plays here from Team Vietnam. Perhaps, just perhaps, we're just waiting for the ultimates here from Soso. Right after that, I feel like Team Vietnam, they can go on the full aggressive side. Lexi, getting caught from Visible. He's actually quite tanky. That took like 5 members. I mean, how many minutes was that before they were able to take down Too Easy for Lexi? Not so easy for Team Vietnam, though.
Good job for Hehe though, because he kind of blocked the path there for the other members of Nightmare Esports. That's why they couldn't respond effectively. And because the jungler is dead for the next 15 seconds, it's a perfect opportunity right now for Team Vietnam to secure this lord. Jasmine is going to try to disrupt them, but here comes Joe to the backside. Cammy is dead. There is a retaliation towards Nightmare Esports. Yeah, they're contesting. Bye Bye Baby Blue is getting gunned down here by the Claude.
Manipulation.
Oh, it's gonna be crucial. Joe got the objective, but what's gonna be next? Massacre towards the side here of Nightmare Esports. Zoning light for that snipe kill. Yeah, from downtown, they get the kill, and that's pretty much donezo for that fight. Team Vietnam with a superior team fighting prowess there.
Bye-bye indeed for Bye-bye Baby Blue. That's what I was saying. If Joe doesn't finish the job, it's Gangshin. Speaking of Gangshin, actually, he hasn't been taken down this entire time. 304 on the Savior. And that's a lot of cooldown items. You got the cooldown boots, you got the enchanted talisman. I believe he's actually building towards a genius wand. So, I mean, one dawning light, it's just enough to take down. Like, I mean, this is where it gets annoying. Where you're about to reach your base, you're about to reach safety, then you pop in that ultimate. You're not safe from Gangshin.
Not so safe anymore, especially right now. Nightmare Esports are pretty much not safe. Their base is being threatened to be taken down. Team Vietnam is continuously pushing. Jasmine is quite far from his allies right now, so it's gonna be another victim. He's trying to escape, but with the numbers here of Team Vietnam, can they actually take him before the retaliation? Yeah, they do. Nightmare Esports hesitating right now because their base is broken from the top side.
Yeah, at least Team Vietnam, got that topside tower without any casualties. But the thing is, it's a great thing that Jasmine once again sacrificed himself. I mean, that was buying so much time for Nightmare Esports for this game. I mean, it took them what, like a few minutes to actually take down Jasmine, and that was enough for Nightmare Esports to probably, wait out, hold out for like what to do next. But here comes Joe. They're trying to get in this purple buff, and Joe does successfully take it with the retribution. A ticking time bomb here for Vietnam. They got Sherry on this Claude as well. That's standing at a 008. So this is quite massive. I mean, Sherry, one ultimate, one blazing duet
Oh!
is enough to dish out so much damage, but real with manipulation onto the backside. Dawning Light takes down Bye Bye Baby Blue, even on the backside. You are not safe from the ultimate. Jasmine gets caught in the middle, and a monster kill for Joe. They take down
my.
another, and Team Vietnam is just wrecking havoc in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, Dawning Light for that kill, initiating the team fight
much
pretty
gold.
much well for Team Vietnam. And they can just go with the attempt on ending the game here. It's only Sosul and too easy for Lexi, but not too easy for them anymore, as he's gonna fall down. Only Sosul remaining alive, and with enough minions, I think they can just go for the end. Team Vietnam, game number 1.
Yep, so. Unfortunately, even with the range, still not enough. I love how Nightmare Esports Jasmine was able to buy some time, but unfortunately, it was just Team Vietnam. I think I love how Nightmare Esports actually answered it out by taking in some turrets. So for quite some time, GG, it was actually even ball game with the objective takes, the gold lead. And right after, I think the last team fight, that's where Joe went crazy with the Fanny. It's
Yep.
absolutely crazy. I mean, in the first few minutes, you were expecting like some crazy praise from Joe. We didn't get that. I mean, there were some miscommunications, a bit of overzealousness, but at the same time, we've seen it in the late game. Pretty much, it was Team Vietnam's map control. We got in the objectives. It was just locking in the tower, and that was game over.
And I want to give credits and respect here towards Joe, because he actually was the one who accelerated the game in favor of Team Vietnam. He got 5 kills at 8 minutes, and him just being able to pop off early and create threats towards all the lanes, because Kami couldn't farm that much. So also, and even if they would be able to farm, the threat of a Fanny still is scary for them. That's why they couldn't, overextend that much away from their base. And when they get scattered, it's just gonna be the Fanny going in from them. And not only that, we're talking about just Fanny, but there are other members as well, like Sherry shredding the members here of Nightmare Esports, having a lot of assists. No, not much kills for this Claude though, but the team fight participation is high. Like his job is to shred them down to low health, and Joe is just gonna execute them.
Yeah, it's just Joe dishing out that. I mean, if it's not Joe, I think it was just Gangshin. Yeah, with the ultimate, the Dawn, and I pop it in, and then you get even the member with the lowest health going back to the base. I think that's really annoying. I mean, if you get caught with the Moscow's ultimate, Layla's ultimate, it's the same feeling you get when you get caught in with the Dawning Light of Savior. Beautifully played by Team Vietnam, but I wouldn't say it's a one-sided match. GG. I feel like you have to. I mean, I'm pretty sure you agree with me here. I mean, both teams really put up a great fight here, and I think it's just the beginning for Team Vietnam and Nightmare Esports.
Yeah. Nightmare Esports, after their decent performance against Catty Gang, against Team Vietnam, I think they're struggling a little bit. It might be apart from their miscommunication, but also in their confidence, because there's not much pressure being shown by them compared to their game number 1, uh, with with their support nano ship. I think they need him back on the roster, because as a Hilda, well, we only saw him once, but that one game was highly impactful because of how he influenced the whole game. And I think they need that kind of roamer on their side. And with the switch, if ever they would do so, I think it's gonna benefit them more.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people are wondering where Nano Ship is, but I feel like, I mean, there is a reason why there's a switch up, perhaps like to check things in to see how the synergy will work out. I mean, that's basically what other teams are doing as well. You know, they have a lot of players in the roster. They all have like different play styles. So I feel like, you know, in this first day, it's kind of like I feel like getting to know each other type of setup here for all the players. And we still have a game number two, by the way. This is a round robin match, best out of two for these teams, and you'll be seeing more of Nightmare Esports and Team Vietnam. And I feel like this could perhaps, you know, extend all the way. I mean, they're both equally talented, so let's see how this will pan out for game number two. Perhaps I think GG this time there will be the respect towards the Fanny.
Definitely, they would need to respect the Fanny or have someone be able to counter it, at least.
Yeah, the
Because
Kufra.
Kufra, the Hilda going
yeah, there
into
you
the
go.
game right now. Fanny respected here by Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, there you go. The respect for the Fanny as well as the savior here for Nightmare Esports. But you know, who knows what Team Vietnam is cooking up? There's just so much new heroes. The patch has been updated to the tank meta. Who knows? We might even see a tank jungler here. We haven't seen that being utilized so much. So more of, I think, the Mekong side, Laos, Thailand, Vietnam, they're more on the assassin types. I feel like the Ling, the Fanny, the Lancelot, these are comfort picks for them. So I think the tag meta, they're still pretty much adjusting towards it. But I feel like we just might see it. Maybe if not today, we might see it in some other days, like perhaps tomorrow or even in the semis. Who knows? I'm actually looking forward to that. I haven't seen the Basha yet, so I've been saying this over and over again. But the tank that we've seen being utilized so far in the qualifiers is the Grok. The Grok, I haven't seen the Belric though. I want to see that as well. It has been buffed up pretty well.
Beleric, yeah, we haven't seen Beleric just yet today.
It has improved.
And
yeah,
I think it might be a good option for them, especially when a composition is built around like fighters or like having a marksman that doesn't really deal percent HP damage like a carry. So
the
it can be a
equilibrium.
thing for both teams, but having the Valentina taken away by Team Vietnam, Nightmare Esports picks up the Eve instantaneously without hesitation.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the Valentina ban here makes so much sense to pick up the Eve immediately. You got the massive AoE this Eve has. And Nightmare Esports, it seems like this is something that they like in their composition. We've seen it so far in 3 games that Nightmare Esports has played. It seems to be a comfort pick. And we cannot deny the range of an Eve. But of course, you know, with that being said, with the respective respectants coming in from Nightmare Esports, you also open up a lot of heroes like the Franco. The match is still open, by the way, which Team Vietnam has covered in over. So I think Team Vietnam, they are looking for the initiation as well. They had so much of that earlier on, but this time they go for the D-Rot and the Franco. A lot of dives here from Team Vietnam to answer out to the Eve.
Yeah, being aggressive in this game might actually work for Team Vietnam. That's how they won game number one. They don't have that immense amount of macro control just yet, but with the Franco, I think it's gonna help them. Masha, after being banned out consistently for the past few games, it's gonna be available for the taking, and Nightmare Esports are more than happy to take it. Having that additional front line for them with that deals a lot of damage in an essence. And
Ooh, will it be an
okay.
Ignite jungler? I'm so curious though. I mean, I've seen
Are
a
they gonna
Kufra
lock it in?
jungler. I've seen a Basha jungler. I mean, heck, I've even seen a Beleric jungler. But okay, they're just going for the comfort picks. This has been picked up by Nightmare Esports in the previous best attitude round robin up against Catty Gang. But we've forgotten about this as well. The Sicilian. I mean, with the current patch, you kind of forgot about the heroes that has been buffed up pretty well. The Sicilian that has been doing so well for quite some time. It's quite an underrated mage, but right now with the way things are going, with how fast paced the games are and how fast the Sicilian can scale up, this is massive. If Team Vietnam picks this up, they got the early game potential or the early game aggression with the Franco and the Derot. And if you add up the Sicilian, you kind of get that late game insurance for them. And it's going to be the Sicilian for Team Vietnam.
And for sure, you're quite happy with this pick. You know,
Yeah.
Sicilian being finally picked up, and
I don't want to say that,
a
but
fantastic
sorta.
performance, right?
I love it. I mean, that's kind of how you feel about your favorite hero being played. I mean, I haven't seen the Sicilian for the longest time. I mean, I've been casting for quite a long time for MLBB, and I haven't seen the Sicilian up until they buffed it up. So I'm pretty happy about that. But right now, it's being banned so much in ranked games. So I'm not so sure if I should be happy that it's being noticed, or I'm sad that I can't play it as much because it's banned so often in ranked games. But Team Vietnam also, taking speaking of favorite heroes, they take out Jasmine's that Jasmine has been using so far for the past few games here in the Mekong qualifier.
And with the draft right now, slowly shifting towards fighters and also a decent amount of tanks. We haven't. There's no assassin yet, other than the Hellcurt as of the moment here, but it's kind of a low-key fighter as well that will try to enter a team fight from an angle. Team Vietnam so far can actually deal with the Hellcurt, so Niightmare Esports has to pick up another one that can threaten as a frontline that has enough sustainability as well, because Masha can survive pretty much well, but it's not gonna be enough if he's gonna be crowd controlled here, especially with the Franco.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen most of the time. I've seen a Masha jungler. I've seen it on the sides as well, but I haven't seen it, being utilized as a jungler here in the Mekong qualifier. So yeah, it's perhaps. Oh wait, I have seen a Masha roamer. So a Masha tank can work very well here for Nightmare Esports. The pressure it can give to Team Vietnam will be great, and to add up to all of that, the Masha here actually has the sprint. A new spell that I'm actually quite comfortable with. It's been buffed up pretty well, and it works well on heroes that need more mobility, like Hilda, the Sicilian, and the Masha. By the way, that picked up the sprint the sprint battle spell. So right now, both teams they still need the gold laners. So the Beatrix is still up, the Flint is still up, the Popple and Koopa is still up. So what's it gonna be for Team Vietnam? Will it be the Popple and Koopa? I mean, the Popple and Koopa would be great to seal the deal for Team Vietnam as their gold laner. It has like visions with the traps, and not to mention I did mention this. It's a lane bully. They can go for it, but maybe they just maybe want to pick up the Beatrix. I mean, this is something that Team Vietnam. Okay, they go for the Claude. Yeah, it worked very well. Yeah, why fix something that's broken, right? Let's go for the Claude. Still, late game, so much late game here for Team Vietnam, and not to mention early, they got it covered. The early game, the mid game, and the late game. And as for Nightmare Esports, they got the range. They also got the mobility to pick off the heroes here of Team Vietnam. All they need to do is solidify it with a nice gold laner here. What's it gonna be for Nightmare Esports? Will it be a
Cho?
Beatrix? Yeah, it's gonna be that makes Beatrix.
Cho being picked up, so this is gonna be a possible roamer for them, or how do you analyze this draft right now by Nightmare Esports? Because so far, I think I'm gonna be favoring a little bit more on the draft here of Team Vietnam, given their composition, how they do play, and having that pick on the Franco, which was in initial threat towards Nightmare Esports during their first series. So this is gonna be hard. Oh,
Oh,
Oh.
I know you love
Oh.
this. It's like Team Vietnam is speaking to us with their
Oh.
draft. We're not,
Oh.
well, I like
lock
it.
in. Lock it
Yeah,
in.
GJ just saying lock it in.
Lock
It's something
that
that he
in.
likes to see. He's been mentioning this every time we have casts together. So now my biggest question is, will it be a side? Oh, well, yeah, it makes so much sense to have the
Finally.
Balmond in the jungle side. It has the sustain. It can do turret dives. It can do dives.
Finally.
So, which means that Team Vietnam, they're going for the late game with the Sicilian and the Claude. But at the same time, though, Nightmare Esports, they got the massive range. They also got the heroes to pick off the Sicilian and the Claude. So I'm liking this so far. There's already enough. There's enough that you can say about the draft. It kind of goes to show what the teams want to put out here in game number 2.
And I like how the Balmond is coming into play on the professional scene right now. MSc Mekong Qualifier. If it works, then my initial thoughts months ago, I mean last year on the Balmond jungle will definitely come through. And talking about, Team Vietnam having a good draft right now. Solid front line, solid setups, and they kind of favor on extended team fights. Nightmare Esports are going to be very much reliant on the setups that they are going to be
Yeah.
looking to have. And there's not a lot of setups that they do have so far. They have a Cho, they have Helkert, the Eve, but what else? Not much crowd control, decent amount of damage, but it can be negated here by Team Vietnam.
Yeah, again in the gold lane, the Beatrix is just absolutely insane right now. When it comes to weapons, she got it all. She got 4 weapons at that. I mean, you can totally pressure a Claude in the early game. So we're going to be expecting Team Vietnam once again to put all their focus, or most of the time, you're going to see Nart assisting Sherry once again on this Claude. But it's quite a different story here. It's going to be Jasmine on the Cho. So something quite different. We haven't seen this Claude in the XP lane. Talk about throwback here for for Nightmare Esports rather. I mean, this is a great answer to the Derot that has the melee. So one way of the dragon towards the turret could be deadly here for Hehe.
And he needs to this bet right now as Team Vietnam are going to be looking to secure this 2-0, and it's going to be kind of a downside here by Niightmare Esports, given the fact that they do have a fantastic run here during this, and this draft is definitely crucial in a way that Team Vietnam, if ever they get even just a single team fight win, it's already disaster for Niightmare Esports because scaling is immense on the side of Team Vietnam. We saw Sherry having a decent amount of performance when he got those assists, and Jasmine being chased away from the turtle. Team Vietnam, they're gonna contest this, but they don't have that much yet. And Nightmare Esports focusing on the team fight rather than the objective. No steal gonna happen. Too easy for Lexi. Too easy to retrieve that buff.
Yep, it is Team Vietnam. No casualties after that turtle take, but Team Vietnam looking to equalize it by getting a pick off almost there by Nart. But they have to be extra careful. They are way too deep here in the jungle side here of Nightmare Esports. But Sherry is, like what I mentioned, it's not going to be easy here for Sherry to scale up just yet. Cammy with the sniper onto Nart. Will it be another kill or will it be the first blood here? And there you go. Down goes Nart. Too deep into the jungle, like what I mentioned, and Nightmare Esports takes in the first blood or draws in the first blood here in the second game.
Yeah, this is a nice performance by Cammy. He is the one that should be popping off because the team heavily relies on what he can do as well. Joe doing a good job, just farming out for the meantime, but I think he's gonna be needing to involve himself on a team fight later on. Because Nightmare Esports, they are gathering a lot of information. We saw the rotation here at bottom lane to secure that kill onto Hehe, and that will allow Lexi to farm up even more. Even if it's just an assist that he has, it's already helping him in terms of scaling up. And with the gold right now, 1,000 gold lead. Oh, Sherry, you're all alone here at top.
Yeah, but here comes Soso. Oh dear, there could be a potential clash here, potential engage coming in from Team Vietnam. Nart a little bit too late as Bye goes all the way in, but here comes the bloody hunt from Nart, taking down Bye Baby Blue. 1-for-1 trade, the gold laner for the roamer here of Nightmare Esports. So pretty much Nightmare Esports game Gangshin. A little bit too. Ooh. Pops in the retribution. Oh, yeah. Jasmine, or rather, too easy for Lexi, pops in the retribution to safely get away from those nasty bats from Gangshin. But here comes Team Vietnam. They go in for the turtle, and it seems like it's going to be Team Vietnam that gets it this time.
Yep. Especially after that short hiccup by Nightmare Esports, particularly too easy for Lexi, nearly getting taken down there by Gangshin. I'm seeing now why Sicilian is very scary out of the moment. You saw how their health bars kinda reversed or switched. Like now the team fight happening in the top lane, Team Vietnam needs to retreat because of how low in terms of health Nart is. And Nightmare Esports, they're just going in with no hesitation, especially that they do have this Masha to tank things up.
Yeah, pretty much the early game and the mid game Nightmare Esports, they do have it right now. It's kind of showing with their score. Here comes Joe. Here comes the Bats Impact. Bats Feast from Jangshin takes down Sosol. Cammy must be next. Flicker out to escape the sticky situation as Team Vietnam equalizes with one more kill, but Nart is saying it's still not over. We got another one. Bye bye, baby blue. Will he be going down here? A little bit too tanky, 2 health bars here, but Team Vietnam relentlessly goes in and he's able to escape with the conceal. What was that?
1 HP is all he needs to stay alive. And right now, Niightmare Esports escaping death shouldn't save them that much from this game. Team Vietnam constantly grouping up and trying to go for these pick-offs to allow them to secure another objective because it's gonna spawn in the next 25 seconds. This turtle is gonna be up for grabs. Whoever has the better preparation for this objective. And so far, let's talk about the lanes. Top lane, it is winning a little bit for Niightmare Esports. Mid lane, I'm gonna give it to Team Vietnam. Bottom lane, Niightmare Esports. But with the jungler, impact, I think there's more coming from Joe right now rather than too easy for Lexi. And that's what Team Vietnam needs as of the moment.
Yeah, Joe not too much, but I think it's mostly team fight eccentric, and Nightmare Esports knows that very well. Look at the massive range that Soul has, forcing Team Vietnam to back away. Fortunately enough, there is no casualty here for Nightmare Esports right after the engage being set up here by Team Vietnam. Still too early to tell, but Nightmare Esports has got the lead here. They got the kill score lead. They also got the gold lead here. 2K gold lead for Nightmare Esports.
And the problem is because, Bye Bye Baby Blue is just too tanky. It's just trying to engage all over again. Same here in the bottom lane. This time, it's too easy for Lexi. The one will get that kill. And it's going to help him so much in terms of scaling. 3,000 gold advantage is going to increase even more as they take down turrets. Team Vietnam with this draft so far not working the best for them, or as they intended, and it's gonna be up to Sherry casting that Blazing the Wet, try and zone out or shove a Jasmine right there.
Oh, it's the jungler versus the jungler. Will it be the spin it to win it? Dark Knight falls to escape. Lights off here for Nightmare Esports, but Cammy on a killing spree here on the top side. Nightmare Esports is relentless. They want to get a point here up against Team Vietnam, but Team Vietnam is saying it's still not over until it's over. And speaking of that, it is a late game composition here for Team Vietnam GG. So it could there could be pressure. There could be in the early to mid game here for Team Vietnam. But once it's the late game, you can kind of see the power spike coming in from Gangshan already. The Bats Impact, the Bats Feast is enough to put everyone from Nightmare Esports backing away from every clash. But we also have to note Tammy here. So much damage from this Beatrix.
Yeah, Beatrix later on will also pop up. He has 3 kills as of the moment. So in terms of economy, it is definitely working for Nightmare Esports, especially on the funneling of the gold. Team Vietnam, even in game number 1, we saw it that, their Claude is not that much getting gold. But with this setup, Team Vietnam got a kill, but can they escape with their health intact? The answer is no. They lose Gangshin quite early. Kami is in front, and he gets it triple kill. Even with the Blazing the Wet, Sherry's not gonna get anything out of that. Hehe is gonna be laughing as he goes back towards his base, but not for Sherry. He went back to try and secure a kill, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be going well for Team Vietnam. Nightmare Esports with a better team fighting there, especially with Kami now 6 kills, 0 deaths. It's insane on how Nightmare Esports are just continuing to go with this onslaught, not hesitating for a little bit, knowing for the fact that they can just muscle out Team Vietnam, and with a team fight happening and resulting in favor of them. Team Vietnam, I think they need to regroup. They need to avoid team fights for the moment. But as they do, they're going to lose objectives. Just like the Slur that has spawned up already. Nart hasn't gotten any hooks just yet. that is favoring Team Vietnam, and I think it's kind of like the coin flip on in this scenario. And every time Team Vietnam misses a hook, but this time they don't. The lore has been secured though by Niightmare Esports, but Team Vietnam, with the help of Gangshin, secures that double kill. They have to pick up Kami though. He is already godlike. So with that 2-for-1 trade, still kind of in favor of Niightmare Esports because of how much damage they can deal, not surviving with a sliver of health only. But they have the Lord here for Niightmare Esports. They're gonna fully utilize it. Being, escorted here by Kami, which is the strongest member of Niightmare Esports so far, with a 5,000 going 6,000 gold lead here against Team Vietnam. They're just rotating, gathering information, letting the Lord split push on towards the top because they have the wave pushing in the bot lane for now. Good job by Team Vietnam though. They have the mid lane still intact here. The tier 1 tower. And I think it's gonna trap a team fight. There's a flicker. Portal is engaged. Sherry is in a tough spot right now. Doesn't deal that much damage just yet. And it's kind of like the reverse here for Kami. Dealing nooks of damage every team fight. Even on small scale scenarios. You can just 1v1 almost anybody. Even Joe because of how much damage he deals. Not continuously attempting on those hooks, but it's not really favoring them as of the moment. There is a time near the Lord wherein he got a hook, but it didn't turn out well for them. Niightmare Esports continuously gathering as much resources as they can away from Team Vietnam as they clear out the top side jungle there of Team Vietnam, waiting for the next Lord, which is gonna spawn in the 60 seconds.
Yep. GG. I'm not sure if you can hear me quite well.
I do.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I mean,
Welcome back.
yeah, I mean, I am back, of course. Definitely excited for the action-packed game. I was expecting this from these two powerhouse teams. We can see it from their movement. We can see it from what they have been doing so far, and it's looking really great for them right now. Team Vietnam and Nightmare Esports. But this game number 2, it seems like Nightmare Esports has it covered. But this is the 12-minute mark. So one crucial pick off onto the main damage dealer here. Look at too easy for Lexi going in all the way for Gangshin. But Joe onto the backside. Oh my goodness, team. Nightmare Esports. Kami just taking 2 members down here for Team Vietnam. It's just too much for them to handle. And they still got the game in control. And Nightmare Esports knows for a fact that late game, Team Vietnam has got it. They have to end this as fast as possible.
And they can definitely do. Kami is immortal at this point, or I don't know. He is miraculous. Even with the engages coming from Team Vietnam, he managed to stay alive and even getting those kills for the team. With the Lord, it's gonna help them so much in terms of pushing. It's gonna split push onto the top lane, which is gonna favor so much for Nightmare Esports because they can just shove the wave in mid and in bot, in which Team Vietnam cannot contest. Slowly but surely. Oh, maybe not so. That's a nice hook. Soul is dead. And that's gonna allow them to have that breathing time for this game, but they're not really hesitating at all. They engage. Kami is legendary. It's quite low, but he needs to back away. Respect the damage. And now, the blazing duet and the spin to win here by Joe. They're gonna get that shut down, and they're not holding back. This is the perfect opportunity for them to get those kills. And even if this Masha is quite tanky, he's not gonna be able to sustain himself. Joe picking up a kill onto the Hellcurt. Bye-bye, Baby Blue actually escapes. He's, well, very tanky.
Yeah, I mean, that's insane. This is what I was talking about for Team Vietnam. It's still not over for them. It's just, look at the damage. The burst coming in from Sherry, the burst coming in from Gangshin. Nightmare Esports knows this very well. In an instant, they take now 4 members, but it's a good thing that Nightmare Esports, they were able to take in that Lord. So that's pretty much some time for them to buy in this game. But it's a time bomb here for Vietnam. They just got the burst here. So I think what Nightmare Esports can do to seal the deal here is to take out Gangshin and or even just take out Sherry. It's the big problem here for Nightmare Esports.
Yeah. And I think they kind of got overconfident a while
Yeah.
ago. This time, Kami with a switch on the items does have enough tank shredding, does have enough survivability, of course, that can deny some physical damage for a short amount of time. But he needs to play out this less recklessly, because a while ago he went back in knowing that there are 4 members right in front of him, and for sure he regretted that, but it's the impact that matters. A while ago they were ahead 7,000 gold lead. Now it's down to just 4,000. And Team Vietnam, with the scaling composition that they do have, Sherry's so far scaling up pretty well. Once it gets similar items just like Kami, is gonna impact so much team fights.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's pretty much like Team Vietnam can breathe. I mean, after what Cammy has been showing, standing at the 911 with this Beatrix, it's just lethal. They have to take down Cammy here. I mean, that's the biggest problem. Not Cammy or maybe even Soso will be very, very massive here for Vietnam. They pop in the conceal. And in just a few seconds, we are waiting for the engage from Team Vietnam, GG. And this is, if I'm not mistaken, another Luminous Lord here for the grabs. But the pressure is on. Bot side tower is down here for Vietnam. So it's pretty much, they still got hope for this. But for Nightmare Esports, they got to seal the deal right now.
Oh, that's a suppression there
that's
by
an
Nart, but it's not going to be impactful that much.
Oh, Gangshin! Here you go,
Kami is still
Gangshin.
free hitting, by the way. He is not being threatened at all. He's even chasing Joe as a duet, but he deals a lot of damage with a spin to win. Actually, the placing the wet though is dealing enough, but no execute damage because the Balmond is not there. Towers are falling down on the bot side of Nightmare Esports, but it's still gonna be that fight kind of even for them. The Lord is untouched so far, but given the fact Gangshin is dead, I don't think they can start this as of the moment. They don't have that much damage, and they expended so much resources on that team fight, and they need to defend top lane because their inhibitor tower is destroyed already.
Yeah. I mean, Team Vietnam, what more can I say? They got the burst, but sometimes, the thing about composition here of Vietnam, they got the late game. But when it comes to positioning, though, Gangshin has to pretty much be in the back lines. But right now, how can you be in the back lines? Because there's so much heroes here that can actually take down Gangshin. Like Jasmine, Bye Bye Baby Blue, even the real-world manipulation here of Soso is enough to set Team Vietnam to go back to their base. So right now it's a very difficult situation here. Team Vietnam, they already got the burst, they already got the power spike that they want, but right now it's so difficult to initiate. We're in Bye Bye Baby Blue. Look at that. One massive damage, but Jasmine could go down in an instant. And real good manipulation here is in the midst of it all. Nart is the next target. Immortality being popped up here, but here comes Gangshin and Sherry onto the backside with no frontliners here for Team Vietnam. It is going to be difficult for them to contest the Lord, but take a look at Joe's positioning. He is looking for the steal. He is looking for the spin it to win it.
Yup.
GG.
Yeah, he has a good position. The entry comes in, blazing the wet, timed pretty well onto the targets. They got the Lexi, so this is gonna be their objective. Kami has nowhere to go, even with the immortality. It's just one burst from Gangshin, and this might be the perfect opportunity for Team Vietnam to go in with a push. They get the shutdown. They get 4 kills in that team fight. It's only Bye Bye Baby Blue alive, and we have the Lord pushing onto the bot. They have so much comeback power here. Look at how tight this game is. 2,000 gold lead at 19 and a half minutes. That's how close everything is happening right now for both teams. And look at that kick. Nice winter truncheon though. Grow as a player, but Jasmine might get caught. They have to give this tower, and constantly they are shutting down the resources here of Nightmare Esports. One last fight might happen here in the bot if they don't respond to this correctly. Kami is finally alive. He's gonna try to help out his teammates, but the Lord is pushing. Oh, that's a nice block! Oh, down to Sherry to secure that kill. And now I think it's gonna be GG. Team Vietnam 2-0 against Niightmare Esports.
Oh man, this is massive turnaround for Team Vietnam. They are going for it, and this is the Luminous Lord. And man, oh man, they get the comeback here. It's just so beautiful to see a comeback here, especially from the Balmond and the Sicilian, which we have been seeing so far. And in Vietnam, all I can say is they're looking very good right now in the Mekong
So good.
qualifier.
Yeah. Fantastic play there. Especially like the tenacity of them all throughout this game. That was a long game, I would say, 20 minutes. But I'm not talking about the total length of the game. It's the total length of how they endured Niightmare Esports, especially with Kami already so fed into the game. But they managed to kind of mitigate the damages and just try to scale up. And once they got the opportunity, they did not hold back even for a little bit. We saw the flank coming in towards Kami. We saw them prioritizing on the best targets. The good synergy as well coming in from the Claude and the Balmond, allowing them to burst them out. And it paved this to their win. You know, Joe with a fantastic 919 on his score line. He's the MVP here. Not really going for that full damage build, more so on just being able to sustain, as he's the one kind of tanking the damage there of Kami. And it's up to Sherry to shred them up.
Yeah, it was a very action-packed game, and especially in the last few minutes of those team fights, I wasn't sure who was gonna get it. I mean, it was just more of, these are the types of things that you don't know who's gonna get it. I mean, most of the time you already got all the items that you need to counter each other out. It's just a matter of gameplay from both these teams, and it was just a proper communication from Team Vietnam, and they were just able to secure this game so beautifully with an epic comeback.
And I think it's gonna matter so much for these teams. You know, Niightmare Esports suffering their first series loss. They have so far the score of 2-2 in terms of games, and Team Vietnam having this fantastic start. They still have one more game after this against Catty Gang. So let's see if it's gonna be as interesting. Can they be the one to secure this 4-0 at the start of this group stages, or will we be surprised by Katagang with a better performance? That is what we're going to be seeing later on, as we are going to be going into a very short break. This is your casters, Guillaume Gaming, here with me is Burger Kim. See you again later after a short break. All right, welcome back to MSc Mekong Qualifier. Again, we are your shoutcasters, Gion Gaming, and here with me is Burger Kim. We're back from another dominating 2-0 victory. This time, not by Nightmare Esports, but by their opponent, Team Vietnam. And that respective team is going to battle against Catty Gang in this best to two series. We're really excited for this. And of course, before everything else, we'd like to thank everything that made this very much possible. Muntun, MLBB Community, Msc Global, VNG Games, Veresa, and of course, Lao Esports Federation. And for this series, of course, we are both very excited. Kim, are you excited?
Yeah, definitely so excited. I mean, we've seen so much already for today. We've seen a Wan, we've seen the tank method being put into play, and we've seen the savior as well. So for me, I'm really really excited for what's to come for all of these teams. They got so much promise, and all of them definitely. If I could give everyone a slot here in MSC to showcase what they got, I would definitely love that. But of course, in every tournament and every qualifier, there can only be one victor. And of course, I'm looking forward for the upcoming days who will be the one bringing in the victory here. But for now, Burger Kim and Gigi will be bringing you the action here in the MSC Mekong qualifiers. And I'm looking forward to see, more from these teams. And I think, Gigi, you did mention our upcoming teams for this very last best out of two today.
Yeah. So far, well, Nightmare Esports, their total score right now is 2-2. They
Yeah.
got 2 wins and suffered 2 losses from Team Vietnam. Team Vietnam right now are looking to secure that for 0. But for Catty Gang, I think they want to have this redemption towards themselves. It's gonna be extra challenge though because the team that they're facing with beat the team that defeated them earlier. So it's gonna take more than just the draft that they made a while ago. I want to highlight Aika having a good performance with it, and also Raiden, but it wasn't enough for them to actually secure a win. One of the reasons why is that their draft doesn't really have that much fighting power in terms of sustained ones against the met. The meta right now is focusing more onto the tanks. And as we head down to the drafting phase, I like the respect that Katigang is giving towards Team Vietnam. The Fanny
Yeah, the
as
Fanny
well
and the
as
Savior.
Savior. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still pretty much the same thing. I mean, these teams, obviously, there are six of them here in the Mekong qualifiers, and all of them, I'm sure that this entire day is not just about playing. They've also been doing their respective researches. And yeah, Team Vietnam also knows that Catty Gang is one to pick up the Ling. And of course, the Sicilian, we've seen it with the epic comeback earlier under the hands of Gangshin. So that's a lot of heroes taken out for Gangshin. The Savior and the Sicilian. So I'm looking to see something different here from Team Vietnam this time. Like perhaps maybe a throwback onto the Lilia, maybe even something new. Like maybe they can pick up the Eve this time. So who knows? Like there's just so many things going on today, but so promising from all these teams. The Masha also banned away, and now the Grok is still open. I mean, this is something I've seen over and over again. They ban these heroes out, they pick up the Grok, or maybe it is the tank meta. You can totally pick up all those tanks right now. I
Yep.
mean, you can't like tell the other players, okay, why did you first pick a tank? I mean, most of the time people would question that, right? Most of the time you'd pick up the
But now,
mages
no.
or even the mages, but now it's just if you pick up a tank, it's totally fine. Just
See?
like this crack, they pick it up. The Catty
Yep.
Gang.
Yeah. And you can still can go with more tanks on your lineup. I think I saw a game wherein there's like a Grok. There also is a Baksha that they picked up. So much frontline power will lead to that disruption on the enemy team's formation. Even if they do have the assassins and the mages, if the formation can be disrupted, it's going to lead to their demise. Team Vietnam focusing in where they are strong right now, getting the Eve, which actually had a decent performance so far, like a stable pick for any team. If you want to have that control for the team fights, Eve is the right way to go. Paired it up with a 1-1, you're gonna trap everyone in your real world manipulation, slow them down, and then this 1-1 can pop off with the ulti.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. This is a lot of so much AOE, so much damage coming in from Vietnam. And I did mention this, like I mean, Team Vietnam can pick something different up, and who knows, Gang Shade is just so many tricks up his sleeve. They pick up this Eve, they pick up the Wan Man as well. Something that it seems to be a meta here in the Mekong qualifier, and also the Karina as well. So this is something I've seen. Yeah, they nerfed the Karina tank, but it's still pretty much, it deals true damage, right? It deals true damage to the opponent. So I think it's a great pickup here for Catty Gang. They got the Karina, they got the Grap, and they got the Beatrix as well, which seems to be a comfort pick for a lot of the teams here.
Yep. We saw the performance earlier. Well, even though they suffered a loss, Nightmare Esports, Cammy's Beatrix was a monster during that game. And it can impact highly into the game with the amount of damage and also the scaling power. Not to mention the aggressiveness it can give towards the early game. So this is a fantastic pick by Catty Gang. Team Vietnam really likes this Franco. They had a fantastic performance towards the late game against Niightmare Esports. And this time, they're looking to do it again with Nart.
Yeah, Nart. I mean, even though the hooks didn't land as often as he wished, I feel like this is pretty much still Nart on this Franco. It's a comfort pick, and not to mention that you need to get to the backlines here of Catty Gang. You need to get to Raiden's Beatrix. You need to get even to the mid laner here of Catty Gang, which they haven't revealed yet. And speaking of the mid laner, GG, they take out the Kagura. And of course, since there's still no jungler here for Vietnam, I did mention that it seems to be a comfort pick here for Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam, the Assassins. So they take out the Lancelot as well here for Team Vietnam. So what's up for them? I mean, the Ling is also out, so there's a lot of assassins. Maybe, just maybe, we can see a tank jungler here from Team Vietnam. Who knows? They are kind of setting up for it.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering what they're gonna be picking as their mid laner though, because Catty Gang, they don't have that much option, and based on the heroes that they have used over the past 2 games that they had against Nightmare Esports, it's not really that impactful for the moment, and they need to use something that, one, they are highly mastery of, and second, it has a definite good synergy on the draft that they are building right now, because Team Vietnam, their draft right now is getting scared. They have the Franco for the front line. You have the crowd control of Gang Shin, that damage later on by the 1-1, and well, you have a glue that can just be a hassle towards team fighting, when he goes with a split, and also when he pulls you back when he's attached to you, especially when it's onto the carry, it's gonna be a big problem for Catty Gang.
Yeah, I just like to say that this
Ooh,
is
Harley?
an Akai and a Harley mid lane.
Really?
Ooh, this is
Really?
I know this is also one of the picks that you like, right? Harley has been buffed up, but it hasn't been utilized as a jungler. It has been used as a support though. Maybe the fact that it can go in and out of the clash so fast, and at the same time it can do those. It is actually really annoying to go up against a Harley. Its ultimate. It can burn you down even if you're running all the way to the base. You're not safe from the ultimate of the Harley. So I think this is a great pickup. This is a great pickup from the Catty guy. It's good, but let's see how it will fare up against the range here of Team Vietnam. They got the superior range. That's all I can say.
Superior range, and also there's just like, well, 2, maybe 3 targets there for the Harley. One is the 1-1, the Eve, maybe the Hayabusa, but the Hayabusa, going against the Hayabusa is hard. One, because he can actually counter you so hard into that 1v1 matchup, and you have to go through those 2 tanks that can shut you down or like suppress you so hard when you try to go in. Good job by Catty Gang though, getting this kind of composition wherein they have Akai to at least serve as their disengager, or maybe set up a play for them, like locking someone onto a wall. But Nart is continuing on on that irritation for the start of the jungler Aika.
Yeah, I love how Nart has been using different Franco skins to just intimidate everyone. Early on, he was using the epic skin of the Franco, and now he goes for the special skin. So it's just like different phases of Nart, different types of Francos, but still pretty much the yeah, like what I mentioned, the factor of the Franco here. It's quite difficult for Catty Gang to just engage. Whereas you know Nart can throw in those hooks at any given moment. You know, just go in for the initiation here for Team Vietnam, but it's still pretty much very quiet for now. This is something that the Catty Gang kind of wants. I feel like they're the types of team that wants to get in that late game advantage. I mean, they got this Harley, which is pretty much still deadly in the late game, and you also got the Beatrix as well. So I mean, this is a lot of you're banking a lot here on Raiden and even Songhud to dish out the damage. But speaking of, here comes the engage from Team Vietnam onto the gold lane, but there is still no pickoff. Successfully hugging in the tower here for Catty Gang. Still no casualties here, but look at Nart. His presence is just very, very too much to deal with here for Catty Gang. They're just hugging in the tower right now, moving as fast as they can.
And Songhud is gonna struggle a little bit for sure as he tries to, shove them away. Given the fact that he doesn't deal that much damage even at level 4 later on. But Mini is gonna fall down. Real world manipulation thrown out just for the assurance there by Gang Shin. And with the first blood secured, they're gonna transition towards the turtle. But I think they're gonna be too late for it. Hook not connecting. Xenon is gonna spot out someone quite low. Force 2 flickers in an instant, or at least the shadow there by Joe. And with that, I think they're gonna tie up the economy. This time more distributed for Catty Gang because of that turtle.
Yeah, Team Vietnam does get the first blood, but the first Nart goes in for the hook and the bloody hand combo and instantly takes down Songhud. 2 kills here for Vietnam and still none for Catty Gang, but the gold lead still pretty much is the same as we are waiting for the respective power spikes here of Catty Gang and Team Vietnam.
Then this is what we talked about during the drafting phase. Not all the time Nart will secure that hook, but what matters is when he does land it. It's always towards the best possible targets, and well, even if it's not the best possible targets, Team Vietnam make sure they get that pick off, and when they do, they transition onto more harassments, which Aika so far is experiencing as he's being shot away. But Mini with that ultimate, go to the wall, my friend. You're stuck there for life. As he goes down, Nart trying to escape along with Gang Shin, but I think they overextended themselves with 2 casualties happening right now. Same goes for Catty Gang. Forced to back away, but Mini has a jump.
The answer that we were waiting for from Catty Gang is finally here. They get in 2 kills, evening out the kill scoreboard, and even getting a slight gold lead here up against Team Vietnam, punishing Nart in an instant. And right now, Team Vietnam, they need to secure in more objectives, but Joe is slowly, getting in the resources that they need. And let's not forget that Sherry is holding on to this fan run. So any clash, I feel like it will definitely favor Team Vietnam. Turtle's about to spawn once again. Will it be Team Vietnam or Catty Gang's turtle? But both teams right now, they need this turtle right now. They need this turtle to scale up. They have scaling heroes.
They do have it, but I think the positioning is favoring Catty Gang as of the moment. They will secure that kill onto Nart. Real-world manipulations thrown out on blue, but it's not gonna matter that much. Catty Gang still secures that turtle. And Team Vietnam, they're showing signs of struggle as of the moment. Even into the top lane, Sherry is having a bit of a hard time because Raiden doing such a good job. Can they go with a kill? It does! Under the tower, you're not even safe, but here comes Joe. Solo damage right onto him. And he's gonna be able to escape with the life of that Beatrix.
Yeah. Dishing out so much damage for Raiden. Unfortunately enough, it's a 1-for-1 trade. The 2 gold laners down here for Catty Gang and Team Vietnam. It's still not over until it's over. Turtle is up, but right now, if you take a look at the gold lead, Catty Gang is doing quite well. But speaking of Catty Gang, here comes the engage, the bloody hunt from Nart. Aika's able to escape, but here comes the re-engage from both teams, and Gangshin gets a killing spree. on to this Eve. And right now, Sherry is flying, is popping in that ultimate, takes down 2, but Raiden is forced to back away. Double kill here for Raiden. Flicker
Joe
out as
still
well.
here.
But it is an almost
Joe?
wipe out. Joe going for the only shadow kill and takes down Raiden instantly. And it's a wipe out. And Team Vietnam takes in the mid lane tower.
Catty being too overconfident in that, not recognizing the threat here by Team Vietnam. They've done it against Niightmare Esports, and they're doing it to Catty as well. Give one opportunity to them, make one mistake, and they will make sure to have that advantage turn to their tide, and they're making sure already by securing towers into the top lane. There is a contest here by Catty Mini with ulti, spinning, but it's not gonna matter that much. Tower still destroyed, and Joe is stalking the members here of Catty. You cannot be alone. There's an assassin, and here it comes, even with the hook to make it happen. Team Vietnam with the place.
Oh dear, that is Raiden to battle. Here comes another one by Nard, but Zenon is also quite deadly here. Takes down Nard and falls away with the sprint, but fortunately enough, Joe is here for the back damage, but he is able to escape with a slither of health. Man, this game is getting so exciting here. Every time there's a hook from Nard, there's just re-engage from both teams. Right now, you know, if you look at the overall map control, this is definitely Team Vietnam. They know how to punish. They also know how to convert it from technique. Here comes Gangshin with the ultimate wild charge here, but Aika shuts down Gangshin in an instant with the combo here of Aika. Joe gets killed in the midst of it all, and now the next one getting popped up. Forced to use then that ultimate just to back away. Gets attached here onto Aika, but unfortunately these are 4 members. You're only buying some time, but I think Team Vietnam, they are looking to just take in the tower onto the bot side. So pretty much, I would say Team Vietnam, they still got this under control. They got in 1 tower, but of course for the price of
Yeah, 3 members, and I like how Aika even waited patiently for Joe to enter the one particular shadow, as he's just waiting there to secure that kill. Nart a little bit in traffic, stuck in traffic, and that bought a lot of time for Raiden to be able to escape. I mean, in Songhud, they're gonna try to hook. Oh, misses by a hairline. I think that's gonna buy enough time for Catty to escape for now. They're only down 1,000, and I think that's already good for them, given that they are also trying to scale up. Xenon, this is what I think about Xenon right now. He is dealing a lot of damage, but you're not even sure if he's squishy. He survived the onslaught earlier, and Mini.
Speaking of onslaught, Mini goes in with the Hurricane Dance, but it is causing Sherry to pop in that ultimate. But the cooldown time is still pretty much there. Takes down 1, but that is enough for Team Vietnam to call in and take in that Lord. Without Mini, it will be a little bit difficult to engage, but still pretty much Catty. I feel like they can still contest this. Xenon is here, 1 wild charge to do the trick. Wild charge, and speaking of wild charge, that is what we are looking for. But Sherry has that inspire, has this 1-1. Oh, takes down Nart, but the Lord is still up. Will Joe be able to secure it? There is so much pandemonium going on. Team Vietnam secures into Lord. Sherry once again pops in. She is flying, but it's the shutdown by Mini, and the Hurricane Dance onto and they take down 2, and Xenon is on a killing spree with this Grok. To answer your question, Gigi, I think it is pretty much the hybrid Grok build, the cyclic items later on, but pretty much Xenon is deadly right now, but Joe will not let it stop there. They get the Lord and they take down Raiden at the same time.
Yeah, Vietnam having to secure that Lord is very good for them, but Catty yeah, Xenon is doing such fantastic work right now in this game. We saw his setup, we saw the crowd control that he dealt towards the members of Team Vietnam, and him being able to survive and dealing a lot of damage, significant for a team fight. The way they actually took down Sherry as well, he was flying earlier, but well, Katigang are making sure they get something out of the situation, no matter how bad it is. But Team Vietnam is also being very proactive, securing 2 towers almost instantaneously. They're going for more. The hook comes in, and it will lead to a death of Aika. Xenon tries to go in as well, but that play was a little bit questionable as he's definitely gonna get bursted down when he does that. And Team Vietnam are just looking for more picks.
This is kind of why you see, even though the Eve has been nerfed, it's still pretty much good. It fits any meta, even though the cooldown time. But look at Mini going all the way in. That is not your base. He got the immortality. He's now running for his life. But that's enough to buy time for Team Vietnam to take in 2 inhibitors here for the side of Catty gang. They
Make
are
it
on
3.
the full defense. Yeah, make that 3. 3 towers down. And this is Team Vietnam. Xenon! Wild charge here. Not able to connect. Alright, looking for a target. Here comes the re-engage from Team Vietnam.
Oh,
and
Joe.
again, Joe and Sherry just popping in all those ultimates. I think it's just about time that Team Vietnam will seal the deal with a complete wipeout here with a triple kill from Sherry. And they take in this game with a sweet, sweet victory up against Catty.
And to think that Katigang got the upper hand a while ago during the early game, even had a fantastic performance when they turned into the Lord. However, Team Vietnam definitely knows their limits every time, and they know how to push themselves always on that team fights. Even in the most crucial times, they make sure to get anything out of the situation, and it's paying off for them so much. The risks you take are what defines you, and well, so far, right now, Team Vietnam, they have the highest points so far with 3-0. They're looking for the fourth one, but let's see if Katigang can battle it out or at least contest with it, because so far they're not having the best of performance or like the results that they intended to have, at least.
I completely agree with you. And I mean, despite the fact that Sherry has been flying most of the time here for this game, he's still not the MVP. And I did mention Gangshin would bring something new up. And this is actually the Eve that I mentioned earlier on. I mean, you take out the Savior on what's next for Gangshin. He brings out the Eve. It still pretty much has the same results. He is the MVP of this game. Securing in it. Oh, it's actually interesting that he secured in a lot of cooldown items, which means that he wants to pop in those skills as fast as possible. Therefore, making Team Vietnam win all those clashes. It was pretty much set here for Gangshin, only taken down one time. I think it was by the wild charges Xenon. Right after that, it was just pretty much difficult to deal with Gangshin all the way in the backlines here of Team Vietnam.
And what's hard about this is that, Katigang, they almost had it. They actually almost had it. They had a fantastic early game. What they needed to do is hold on for it and play it a little bit safe. They got too overconfident in their situation, overextending a little bit too much. And we have to take note that Team Vietnam is very disciplined as a team. Sometimes they do make mistakes, but they had a better performance against Nightmare, and they definitely have shown it as well against Katigang in game number 1. So if Katigang wants to win at least a game for today, they need to be able to match their performance or even improve on their early game performance a while ago, and also be able to maintain it if ever, because they're doing a good job avoiding the hooks a while ago of Nart, and also having those necessary pickles. Aika even secured 2 kills a while ago, but after that, it's pretty much going south for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a very good game. Once again, played in by Team Vietnam. The moment that you think that they are on the kind of like the losing end of the game, it's not looking too good for them. They kind of find a way to bring it back to their hands. Like I mean, I mean, we've seen it with the epic comeback game earlier, and now we see their prowess here, their mastery of the heroes. It's just so beautiful to watch. GG. And actually, with the opening day here of the Mekong qualifiers, I'm looking forward to see more of these teams battle it out as we head on further here in the tournament. It is so interesting. I mean, I've been for the longest time I've been seeing a lot of these teams play. It's so nice to see them grow. It's so nice to see them all try to vie for a spot in the very prestigious MSC Southeast Asian Cup, which will be happening in Kuala Lumpur. So stay tuned for that, guys. Once again, this tournament is presented by Muton and Msc Global, as well as Veresa, our official partners, Laos Esports Federation, and VNG Games. Thank you so much for having Burger Kim and Gigi here in the caster's desk. And Gigi, I don't know. We've seen a lot of the heroes that you mentioned. I mean, what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, I want to talk about what I'm looking forward for this game number 2 first, because I was excited for the Harley. I
Yeah.
like seeing the Harley, but not as a mid lane though.
I've
When
seen
I
it.
saw it, I immediately had a negative reaction onto it, and we didn't see that much plays coming in from Catty Gang a while ago with the Harley. So I I would have preferred if they picked up a different hero.
Maybe a Lilia, something along like something with more range rather than the assassination type of mid laner. I mean, we've seen it being pulled off. Like I've seen a Gushun mid lane. It actually worked quite well, especially if you're going up against heroes that have the range like the Eve and the Cecilion. It's great to pick up a Gushun. I've also seen a Harley mid lane being played well. The fact is, I mean, it was just too much to handle. Gangshin's positioning in this very particular game was very crucial for Team Vietnam.
I mean,
Therefore,
I'd
getting it.
rather see the Lunox by
Oh,
Sanghod.
actually,
He tried it out during game number 1 against Nightmare Esports, and actually a while ago I was assuming they would pick it up given the bans and the picks that happened already. So I had a kind of surprise faced earlier when I
Mhm.
saw the Harley, and it's kind of mixed emotions towards it, especially when Joe picked up
Hmm.
the Hayabusa immediately after the
Oh,
Harley
it's
pick.
right. I mean, Hayabusa is just you don't even know when he's gonna come in to pick you off. I mean, it's one of the assassins. Even though you go under the turret, it can totally dive with the ultimate. But of course,
Mm-hmm.
still, I mentioned that the assassin meta is it's not just popular in the Philippines. I know a lot of people have been saying, "Oh, okay, yeah." I mean, Philippines, yes, assassin meta. We love the Lancelot. We love the Ling. But it's not just the Philippines. I mean, it's Vietnam, Laos, and Thailand playing these heroes very, very well in qualifiers. And I'm just, I feel like, maybe the tank meta, I mean, it is working quite well right now in ranked games. But I mean, maybe for the side of Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam, I feel like they would love to go for the comfort picks. I mean, even you, Gigi, right? I mean, even if I go on ranked games, I would just love to pick up my comfort. I mean, you know it very well. You know its limits. You know its capabilities as well. So I think both these teams just go for the companies.
And speaking of comfort, looking at the bans, Team Vietnam paying good respect towards Katigang right now with the Karina ban, even the Grok being taken away, Tani constantly being respected. I like that. They know how much power Joe can have with
Yeah.
this particular hero pick, and I think with the Valentina ban, Team Vietnam, I think they have that priority towards the Eve, which they had a fantastic performance earlier with
Fun is all
Gangshin,
that matters.
so it can be picked up once again. But no,
Oh,
they pick up the Ling
needed
instead.
it. Yeah, I told you they love the
Assassin
assassins
meta.
here as well. They love the assassins so much they pick it up as their first pick. And Vietnam, Joe. I'm looking forward to see more of Joe. I've seen Joe on so many heroes, even the Yi Sun Shin. I think in one of the major tournaments that they participated in, they picked up the Yi Sun Shin, and he was able to secure in the very first Savage. But I did mention
Ooh,
this
take
Basha
a look at
earlier on,
this.
and I feel
Yep.
like they are listening to me. And I mean, Basha is a great hero for rotating. It can rotate so fast, it's so tanky, and not to mention the counter regen it has up against the tanky heroes. I mean, it's a walking dominance ice itself. And
It's a
of
walking
course,
dominance ice.
yeah, I think that's the perfect way to put it. Like people are asking me, how do you explain Basha skills? I'm just like, okay, Basha is basically a walking dominance ice. Okay, if you're going up against an Esmeralda, you're going up against a Uranus. What do you put up against it? You put up a Basha. It's just pretty much that's it. You counter it. It's basically counter region up against SS is very good as well. But unfortunately, it was only buffed up recently. It would have done so well in the M championships. But right now, it is the tag meta, so it is going to be a Ling and a Basha. This is going to be fast rotates from both the junglers here from Team Vietnam and Catty Gang. But when it comes to the pickoffs, you got to give it to Team Vietnam. The range here of Catty Gang is there with the Eve. It's pretty much solid. Now, my biggest question is, what's it going to be for Gangshin this time? They steal the Eve? Perhaps, okay, yeah, perhaps they can still go for the Sicilian or the Savior here for the range. It's still open.
It's still available. So lots of options here for Gangshin. Katagang stealing out the Franco. They're gonna be trying to make their very own place. This interests me so much because, well, we saw Mini being quite aggressive with his approach towards the members of Team Vietnam earlier, game number 1, and maybe this would suit him, especially that he can try to disrupt the blue getting of Joe,
Yeah.
especially at the very beginning. And that's going to be crucial for the early game advantage of a Ling, knowing that, okay, Basha also has a fantastic wave clear. Remember the game wherein we saw the Basha finish his buff and then arrive just in time to steal the buff of his enemy jungler. That's how
Yeah, that's
insane
how
the Basha can
fast
be.
he can rotate. Yeah, it's kind of like a Ling, but a little bit more tanky. And I did mention the Savior that can be picked up by Team Vietnam. They take it out instantly. Now, the viable option here for Team Vietnam is if you want to go for the range, you can kind of get. Actually, yeah, the Lunox would make sense here for Vietnam. They can put it up. There are 2 tanks here. They can all if they want to go for the range. I would say a Sicilian for the burst damage in the late game. But I'm not so sure how that would fare, especially since you're going up against a Franco, you're going up against a Basha. So now, that's my biggest question. I feel like a Kagura would be a great pickup here for Vietnam. I'm so excited to see what Gangshin would put up next. I mean, there's not. We've seen him on so many heroes, and right now, it's kind of going that way, right? Catty Gang sealing up the heroes, leaving Gangshin with something.
Need some stitches?
And okay,
Melissa, this is getting really
Finally.
spicy. Melissa, and perhaps maybe
Nathan as well.
the
being,
Nathan.
hovered.
It's doing. I mean, we haven't seen this Nathan for quite some time. Oh my goodness, I get it right again. The Kagura. I said it would be great. It's a mage that has never been out of the meta. Okay,
Yep.
the Kagura is great.
It's
It
like
has
a
great
standard.
Actually, GG, I would actually classify the Kagura to be like kind of like a mage assassin. It kind of has that same vibes as the
The
Kadena.
burst.
Can instantly burst down.
Yep. And he can just go in, go out, and whenever she wants. And can go for pokes and go for full on dives. Pretty much perfect for the draft here of Team Vietnam. When they go in, they don't hesitate for sure. Katagang, they have a solid composition which can tilt Team Vietnam as well with the Franco pick. And also the Paquito.
Oh dear,
And
they
Melissa
solidified
as
the
well.
Paquito. Ooh,
So
so
they're gonna
is
be creative on this.
X-Lane.
Uh-huh.
Paquito. Oh, this
Manny
is interesting
Paquito.
from Catty Gang. They got the range and they got in the dive heroes.
Mixed emotions on this. I like the draft of Katagang as well, especially the Basha, the Eve, and the Melissa.
Mhm.
I think they would have a fighting chance in this, definitely, especially in the scaling as well. You know, the shredding damage of a Melissa is always hassle, especially when she pops out the ultimate. It can be, well, she can be untouchable for a brief period of time.
Yeah. I mean, that's in terms of melee heroes, right? But if you have the range like a Kagura, it can instantly burst down a Melissa. This has the ultimate being popped up. So I think for this round, I would say the Melissa's a pretty interesting pickup coming in from the side of Catty Gang. I feel like they want to spice things up a little bit. Of course, this is this is the second game, of the series. So looking forward to see this being put into play the very first time. Melissa's debut here in the Mekong qualifiers, as well as the Nathan for the side of Team Vietnam. So that is so much burst, Gigi. You got the burst from Gangshin, you got the burst from Sherry as well. But we cannot deny the fact that Mini is just making his presence known here towards Team Vietnam.
Oh, Nart though is taunting him all throughout
Yeah.
his attempt of interrupting Joe, and he is constantly trying again
Yeah.
to path towards the
Yeah, they
red one.
are. Especially if you are two tanky heroes. The jungler is a tank himself.
Aika.
So I think Joe will just let this go. But here comes the backup. Nart trying to go for the re-engage. And so far, Aika is doing pretty well. He can just be left alone there, right? I mean, there are junglers, like marksman junglers, that you kind of need to, babysit them for a while before they get in the resources that they need. But right now, Catty guy, it's just Aika. You know what, guys? Just babysit the gold laner. I'm doing fine here. I'm a tank myself, so pretty much just babysit the gold laner. I'll just get the resources here. I can rotate fast as well, so no problem with me.
Managed to steal out that orange buff away from Joe with a fast rotation coming in from this jungler of Katigang, and it's gonna be a problem, especially with the turtle spawning up already. Joe is just level 3 as of the moment, turning level 4 in a short while, but before that, there's a gang kill
Oh,
on the top.
dear.
He's laughing his way out, but he's gonna be able to stay alive with the help of Nart. That's good for Team Vietnam.
Yeah, but still good for them. But the turtle is still up, and you can kind of feel the level gap here. What Mini is doing, hooking in all those buffs, is making it really difficult for Joe to be able to scale up. And right now, Catty Gang has to capitalize on this advantage that they have. They take in the turtle. It's a great start for Catty Gang right now. This is pretty much, they've had games like this. They've had games like this. There comes the hook and the bloody hook.
That's nice coming in from them. That was close actually. Raiden nearly winning that 2v1 against Sherry. But unfortunately, oh, look at that. The hook into the jump of Aika. Definitely a big hassle right now. Mini is happy on picking this Franco for sure, but Wave the Dragon towards Mini for that revenge. How dare you hook my friend? You're gonna fall down as well.
Yeah, take it down. And man, 2-2 is their score. Catty Gang, if they want to seal the deal in this game, pretty much they just gotta set up things for Songhood here, set up things for Raiden. They got tanky heroes here, but of course we can't forget that Team Vietnam has the burst. And speaking of burst, Joe, Tempest of Blades just to put in some pressure. But here comes a bloody hunt from Mini, takes down Joe, and Nart is the next one on the chopping block. But here comes a re-engage. Gangshin with the Yin Yang overturn without the ultimate. He won't be able to. He will be able to escape from the hands of three, but not with Mini. Retribution on point takes down Gangshin.
That was an interesting flicker into the Way of the Dragon by Nart to try and get that kill onto Raiden. However, that fight is still gonna favor Katigang for sure with more kills, and now they have a good positioning towards the turtle. With Mini getting that
Ooh,
hook into the
again and
bloody-
again.
Oh, Sherry, what a sad time to be him right now. Songhood will take that kill. And with numbers, I think they have the turtle right now.
And the hooks here by Mini this time, it's so on point. These are the types of hooks that it is so satisfying to watch. For Catty Gang, right? You get the hooks, almost there by Gangshin, but here comes Senon. No casualties here. Catty Gang looking really good right now. They are, capitalizing on the gold lead that they have. And speaking of gold lead, it's a 2K gold lead. They have to keep doing this. Nart tries to get a pick off. Raiden instantly gets bursted down here by Sherry. Joe forced to back away. Tempest of Blades. Nart in the midst of it all. Two tanks chasing him down. No engage here by both teams. And safely disengaging from everything.
Yeah, Mini constantly going for those hooks. But I think they're going to respect the numbers here of Team Vietnam as they do need to back away. No, they're not going to be able to pick up
They get the
a kill.
tower. Yeah, they get the tower on the top side. So it's pretty much still Catty Gang. They are looking to capitalize. I mean, this is what they had. They had a great lead earlier. The problem is that the map control was, it was in the opponent's hands. So it's really, really difficult to get the objectives that you want, to get in the results that you want if the map control is with the enemy. And right now, Catty Gang looking really good with this last game. This is their last game for today, and they are looking to close it with a victory up against Team Vietnam.
Oh, Aika and the real world
Oh,
manipulation
Nart!
being used. Joe is dead, and look at this bloody hunt for Nart. Oh, he's gonna be flickering out towards safety, but not for Hehe. He's gonna fall down in a short while. One more punch should do the trick. Took it a long time, but Songhud will secure it. And Catty Gang now 8-4 with a 3,000 gold lead. This is looking much better for them. Not for Gang Shin. He's gonna escape with the flower.
Oh,
as
maybe
he's
this
gonna
is the
get that.
trick for Team Vietnam. You take in their heroes, you steal it, force them to bring something out. But I think overall
Oh
here,
my
it's just,
gosh.
man, look at that. Instantly bursted down here by Team Vietnam. Insane. How can you actually take down the damage dealers here of Catty Gang when the frontliners, the jungler himself, is a tank? They almost get in the mid-side tower. It's still the 6-minute mark. Catty Gang looking really good, as you know, Joe is not having a great time here. So I think the best option here for Vietnam, perhaps, you know, pressure in the sides here. That seems to be what the Team Vietnam is gunning for, going for ganks like this. Raiden might be taken down under his own tower. Joe gets a kill here up against the Goldaner, but of course Catty Gang gets in the turtle.
Yeah, they answer it with the best way possible, getting the turtle, and now they're even transitioning towards the gank here, toward Nart. Is gonna be able to escape. No Bloody Hunt available. Well, it's available, but he is out of distance. And he's gonna try to position himself towards a member. Nice steal on that little wanderer, though. Minnie is on fire right now, I would say, as a Katagang are looking for ways to win in this game. Hehe attaching himself onto Xenon, but I don't think that's the best thing to do. Well, it creates a bit of distraction
Yes,
for
it
Team Vietnam to be able
does.
to recuperate, but still a
But
casualty.
the burst from the members of Catty Gang, but still slithery Team Vietnam. After all of that, you take down Hehe, they get in the mid-side tower. So pretty much Team Vietnam, they are looking good. Once again, this is what they have been doing. Despite the fact that they are on the losing end right now, it's not looking really good for them. They get a pick off, instantly bursting down. Xenon gets taken down, but oh, the Purify again counter engage here. Nart buying some time, but Songhut gets Gangshin in the tip of the real world manipulation. Make that 2 here for Catty Gang. And they are looking to equalize the towers. And Team Vietnam, so pretty much they are still in this game. 3K gold lead for Catty Gang.
Yeah, Joe is doing a really good job securing at least one lane as he split pushes across the map. And Sherry is still farming as the best that he can. He's keeping up with the level here of Raiden. I think in terms of gold, they're pretty much the same as well, or quite similar at least. He is even ahead against Raiden, despite Raiden securing 3 kills. That's how much farm he is getting all throughout the game. Hook coming in from Mini, but Gangshin is going to be able to escape, especially with the amount of mobility he does have. And they're trying to answer back onto Mini since he doesn't have that hook anymore. Real world manipulation thrown out of the blue
the
to
hook!
counter that engage from Team Vietnam. They do secure that kill onto North. Now transitioning towards this Lord. And this might be a good idea coming from them, but they have to keep watch of Joe because he's gonna try to steal out this objective. Gangshin is here as well for the
Oh, they
burst,
get
but
the Lord.
Aika is there.
Shut down.
Gangshin with a kill though. Make that 2 kills.
At
As
least
the
they
Team
answered
Vietnam
it out
fighting
with
back.
a kill.
Mm.
But the pressure is constant here. I mean, Team Vietnam, they can actually take in this mid-side tower. And if you take a look at the towers, it's still pretty much Team Vietnam that got it. And Joe is just, this is what they need to do. They're just split pushing here. Joe putting so much pressure here. If it's a good thing that Catty Gang got the Lord. So that's enough time to buy them to get in perhaps maybe the tower here on the mid side, maybe the tower on the bot side. They need to get in the towers. Catty Gang has the numbers advantage, but on the objective side, it's still pretty much Team Vietnam. This is their strength. Even though it's not looking too good for them. They're just objective based right now, and pretty much that's what's winning them games right now.
Better decision making and also macro play, allowing them to squeeze out some wins against their opponent. And even though they are behind, they make sure to get some wins out of the situation. So Katagang can't be too complacent on what's happening right now, as they are trying to get Nart there before he lands a kick. But they do get that kill. Songhud is dead, and Team Vietnam are definitely fighting back as Sherry is just free hitting right now.
Oh dear.
1-1, and they're not even done just
Again.
yet. Aika,
Oh,
you're
dear.
not that tanky anymore. We can definitely strike you out as Joe is constantly dashing towards the members here of Katagang.
Oh, dear.
And
So
deja vu
Senon.
definitely happens for people dead. Team Vietnam on the hunt.
Yeah. Oh dear. I completely forgot that Team Vietnam is a team that also plays in for the late game. I did mention the Nathan and the Kagura that deals so much burst, and Catty Gang is again being punished. They seem to get the early game advantage, and right after that, they are having difficulties closing in the game. Despite the early game lead that they have, that's something that they need to do right now. They need to close this game. I mean, Team Vietnam, you can kind of feel the power spike, and it really helps that Joe was split pushing this entire time. It was really, really very wise of Team Vietnam to do that. Xenon is here, flicker out. Gets in the ultimate Tempest of Blades. Still no casualties here. But both teams, they know their winning conditions. They cannot afford to get any pickoffs 25 seconds before the Luminous Lord is up. And again, with the way things are looking, Team Vietnam still pretty much still in this game. They got 6 towers up against Catty Gang that has 5 only.
Yep, and it's hard for Katagang right now. This Lord is gonna be in favor of Team Vietnam as of the moment. Katagang can't engage for a team fight. They have to rely on the hook of Mini, but the positionings now of Team Vietnam are changing constantly. I like this though. They're going in. They're invisible, but only for a short while. As Team Vietnam already damaging this Lord. That's a
Oh.
nice burst there by Xenon. Trying to get that kill
Oh,
onto
outplay!
Joe, but maybe not. You have killed yourself, my friend. The suppression is there from the Franco
Oh,
to shut
but
down their
Joe!
jungler. But here comes the cavalry. Nart is also on the side. So they have to be very careful. Ulti popped out by Raiden, but it's not going to keep him safe. Hehe is here, attached to Songhud, and is going to fall down. 1-3 in favor of Team Vietnam, and they don't need a lord. They just need to push maybe a tower. They decide on take
they
the
just
lord,
go-
even if
go in for
Aika
the
is alive.
safe route. Yeah, I mean, with a game as crucial as this, it's quite an even ball game with these. So they just go in for the Lord right after they get the pickoffs. They know that Aika and Mini will not contest this. They don't have their main damage dealers, Raiden and Songhud. That was what Team Vietnam did. Despite the fact that Catty Gang got a kill onto Joe, they still went for the Lord. Team Vietnam, again, they are showing us their late game prowess. This is virtually the same thing that they had with the Sicilian. And I did mention the burst here from Sherry as well as Gangshin. It's working very, very well. Gangshin on a killing spree. I did mention there's a lot of heroes under his belt, and this is one of them as well. What can't this man play? I mean, he played almost probably like 5 mages already just for today. So that's amazing.
Well, that's gonna be very much important, especially when teams are gonna be banning out your hero. Katigang with a good suppress onto Nard. They're gonna shut him down as they try to secure this Lord pushing in the mid as well. There is a split push by Xenon, but finally gets his revenge with a proper punches and haymaker as well to throw it out. He gets a kill on the Joe. Now with 2 people down, Katigang again having this life, a second life into the game. Now trying to push into the mid and all the lanes that have been shoved up earlier. And look at Mini stalking the members of Team Vietnam. That was good coming in from Katigang.
Man, Catty Gang and Team Vietnam, I just can't say. I mean, it's all about the execution right now. It's the 15-minute mark, and take a look at the items. Oh, Xenon with the high and dry securing in that malefic roar. So I mean, Joe doesn't even have any defense items here. It's just mostly damage items. I think he's going for the immortality next. I mean, he already knows that he is the main target, or perhaps like the target here of Xenon and Mini. He is the jungler after all, the one with the retribution to secure in the objectives right now. And the Lord, 50 seconds before it is up, this is crucial for them to get the pick off. Mini flicker out by Sherry. Fortunately enough, that was beautiful. Okay, Sherry anticipated that flicker bloody hunt combo by Mini, and right now, again, a reset from Catty Gang. Nice attempt though by Mini, almost getting in the damage dealers that they want here.
Same goes for Nart. Forcing the ultimate, the real world manipulation, and also 3 flickers out of Katigang. So lots of mobility denied already for Katigang, and Team Vietnam are going to be making sure to punish that as Joe is rotating. I don't think he's gonna try a 1v1 against Xenon though. You're gonna get punched in the
You gotta
face.
learn your lesson. You can get instantly bursted down. Speaking of instant burst, of course, everyone has their defensive items. There are 2 tanks after all here in Catty Gang. So Sherry already getting in that malefic roar. So that's additional physical penetration here towards the tankiest members. And speaking of tanks, almost an engage here by Mini. But of course, Nart is not the target he wants. He wants to get Sherry here. He wants to get Gangshin here. He's not getting any of it. Look at what Nart is
It's $1
doing.
million
Zoning
prize.
everyone out. I'm just wondering if Catty Gang will actually contest this one. Mini, they are going in. Oh, but Songon from the backside! Aika! Oh dear, Aika gets the Lord. And now Hey goes in. But instantly gets bursted down here. Mini getting punished. It is a mega kill for Team Vietnam. Still not over. Fortunately enough, I think it was Catty Gang that got the Lord, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. And they will send it out towards the bot lane. This is an additional breathing room again for Katigang. They are ahead also by just 1,000 gold, which is kind of negligible as of the moment. But what matters is them having that space once again. That's an engage here by Nart. A setup. Oh, it's Aika, but it's a tank. You know?
It's a tank.
You're not gonna be able
Not
to
someone
kill
you
it
want
that
to get, right? I mean, the jungler here is someone so difficult to burst down. I mean, Team Vietnam does have the burst right now. But at the same time, it is countered by those Radiant Armors, the Athena Shield. So right now, the heroes that you want to target from Catty Gang is Songhad or Raiden. These are the heroes that you want to pick off. But Nart can't seem to access the back line. Just like this, it's just Mini tanking in all the damage. And right after that, you got Aika just zoning out the damage dealers here. But again, Mini outplaying Joe with the Winter Truncheon. Enough to buy him some time. Yes, he is able to escape. He does not have the purple buff, but Xenon is quite relentless there. Able to escape, but now Raiden, just isolating all the members here. But Sherry, with the burst damage, takes down Xenon. And if this is a wipeout for Catty Gang, it could be a disaster. And there you go, 2 down here. Catty Gang has no choice but to turn away. Like what I mentioned, Songhad, Raiden, or Xenon. These are the heroes that have the damage output. These are the heroes that you want to get. And now Sherry is already feeling that power spike. The Malefic Roar, like what I mentioned, enough instantly to burst down all the tank heroes. Yes, you got the Radiant Armor, you got the Athena Shield, you got the even include the Cursed Helmet there for the magic defense. It's still not enough. It's enough to burst down here the members of Catty Gang. Right now, it is giving them some breathing room, but I mean, up until when, right? Up until when can you extend this game?
And speaking of extended games, you know, the team fights are also getting extended. I think one of the last team fight lasted for almost a minute. And even if Team Vietnam won that, it's not enough for them to be able to push in a tower, especially the inhibitor towers that are still standing still on the side of Katigang. They need one wipe out. I think that's the most important thing. Along with a Lord pushing, they want to break the base here of Catty. And same goes for Catty Gang. And right now, they're initiating a fight. Hook not gonna land on the best possible target, but with a shred on the HP bars of Team Vietnam. Nart is still alive. Same goes for Gangshin as he tries to escape. He does successfully. That's gonna be good for Team
Oh dear,
Vietnam.
Xenon,
Jungle
you
access.
went the wrong way! Oh goodness, Sherry rips him apart in an instant. I think what Xenon is trying to do here is get those single target pick-offs, like that. Just zoning everyone out here. Catty Gang will have a difficult time contesting for this Lord. Sherry is the one who wanna get here right now. Catty Gang in the position to get the Lord. But here comes potential knock-up. Songha being zoned out by Sherry! But Sherry gets the kill. Yanya overturn onto the backside, but the ultimate being popped in by Rin is not enough as Catty Gang one by one gets taken
Sherry's still
down.
alive.
So much burst from the side of Team Vietnam. They get the hook, but onto Nart, and right after that, it's only Mini. No one left to burst down the members of Team Vietnam. And this is what I was saying. When it comes to the late game, it does not matter anymore. It only matters with the execution, with the team fights. And that is what Team Vietnam is so good at. And they will be able to secure in this Lord uncontested.
Yep. This is a very enhanced Lord right now, so it's gonna take more time for Katagang to burst it out. I think it's only Raiden that can kill it fast as well, along with Songhud. The tanks, maybe not so. And with Joe getting the purple buff of Aika, this will give him the additional advantage that he definitely needs in terms of those energy that he requires to have that consistent dashes towards the enemy team, which he did actually a while ago during the team fight near the tower of Katigang. And when they actually do that, I like how Sherry goes in aggressively, not hesitating, even flickering in right on top of their faces and popping out the Winter Truncheon to stay alive.
Yeah.
That's how confident he is.
Yeah, you can kind of see the power spikes, right, from both teams. From the side of Team Vietnam, there's so much magic burst to the point that Songhad and Raiden secured an Athena shield, and that is saying something, right? Your damage dealers securing in defense items for themselves. I mean, it does make sense, okay? You're the damage dealer here. You gotta secure in those defensive items to protect yourself as well, right? There are I mean, late game, again, Team Vietnam, they got the Lord, and right now it could potentially be an end for Catty.
It can be. They're still trying, but Team Vietnam definitely has one of the best discipline I've seen so far here today at the Mekong Qualifier, and them being able to come back from a decent amount of deficit, but through the way of them on their cross-map plays, as well as their carry being able to farm out despite the pressures being thrown out by the enemy team. Particularly Sherry being so strong there with the Nathan, and now he is having the best possible confidence to go in against their enemy. And Joe just continuously uh, rotates as well and pressures the back line. Raiden hasn't gotten the best possible entry yet. That's why, even though he has that Melissa, we don't see him being able to kill that much members of Team Vietnam.
Yeah. I mean, the burst, you can already see it. What Catty Gang is trying to do here is, yes, to tank in all the damage for Songhad and Raiden to pick off the members here from the side of Team Vietnam. But what they don't know is that Team Vietnam, they just, go in, burst down those tank heroes like Mini and Aika. And right after that, it is so easy to take down the damage dealer. So a quick pause from both of our teams as they sort things out. GG. I mean, what's the? I mean, Catty Gang again. They had a great start. Unfortunately, again, if it ends right now, I think what they lack is to close the game. Like I think that's something that they need to improve on. Maybe in the next few games, they need to figure out how to close the game as fast as possible. Because every time they get in the lead in the early game, it seems like they are having troubles closing it out. Just like this, Team Vietnam getting in the lure that's now knocking in the base of Catty.
Yep, and they have the best possible access right now. I think this is the longest game we have casted so far today.
Yeah, 22
Much,
minutes so far. So far.
So far, and it's only the mid lane inhibitor tower standing still for the side of Catty Gang, but it's not gonna stand still for so long as Team Vietnam goes in. I think they
there you
regretted
go.
that. Nathan is dead quite early because of Raiden is shredding so much right now.
Oh, with
We
the
talked about
Chun-Chun.
earlier, he's not doing that much damage. Now he answers back so hard, picking up 2 kills in exchange for just Xenon, but they have lost 3 inhibitor towers. So in terms of being able to go around the map, I think they're gonna struggle a little bit.
And just when I say it was almost over for Catty Gang, it's still not over apparently. The longest game, but the minion waves slowly crashing in the base. So someone has to, protect in or clear out those minion waves. Catty Gang looking to push forward. Raiden getting caught. He does not have the immortality, but is soaking up so much damage in the front line, despite the fact that he has the Winter Truncheon. It's enough to buy him some time, but not enough against the Rat of Vietnam. And now they go in for the counter, re-engage here. Catty Gang has to back away. All the members are slowly coming up, and the minion waves also crashing in the base of Catty Gang. If they don't clear this out, it's going to be
They're
massive.
just distracting
Team
them.
Vietnam. Yeah, look at that. It's just a battle of the tanks. This is really the definition of the tank meta. It's going to take very long team fight to be able to burst them down. North, again, Yin Yang overturn. Yang Shin, this could potentially be
Sherry's
the end.
here though. He's gonna try to end
They
things
are
now.
looking
but
for
he's
the
being-
end, but there are tanky heroes. Songhan is still here, but again, Sherry is up. This could be the end here for Catty Gang. But again, the resiliency of both teams are just there. Aika goes all the way in. So there's Sans being popped up. Immortality as well. Who gets caught in? Sherry. But it suddenly bursts down. Songhan again. Mini takes down.
Oh.
Again, it's answers after answers from both these teams. We're not even in our semis. We're not even in our grand finals. I love it. These teams are showing us why they deserve the spot here in the qualifiers, and they are showing us that they wanna get to the top. 2-for-2 trade here. Still not over for Catty Gang, but again, this Lord could potentially seal the deal for perhaps Catty Gang or perhaps Vietnam. So let's see.
Yeah, let's see indeed.
Oh, dear.
Catty Gang still breathing alive. And look at Gang Shin going to the base. Mini trying to chase him down, and I don't think he's gonna hit the hook. But Team Vietnam
Oh, dear.
now trying to secure this. Lord Aika.
Yes, this is a very crucial one, GG. Aika in the midst of it all, but everyone from Catty Gang is there. It's not enough. And they take the Lord and Aika as well. Yes, he is able to tank in the damage. Immortality being popped up, buying him a few seconds. He does not have the sprint. Where are you going? Gangshin with the legendary saying that no matter what hero you try to get from me, no matter what hero you try to ban out, I still have something up my sleeve. And with this Lord, 3 members up for Catty Gang, it could potentially be the end this time.
Yeah, this is the best possible scenario for Team Vietnam. 50 seconds for Aika, 70 seconds for Raiden, and they have the lore pushing with 3 inhibitors down already for Catty Gang. Oh, this is gonna be it.
Oh dear.
Sherry.
Nart goes all the way in, and the Lord is still up, and I think GG, it is a GG. Good game well played for Catty Gang, but Team Vietnam takes the victory, the sweet, sweet victory in the longest game that we had here in the qualifiers. Wow, oh, wow.
4-0. For Team
4-0.
Vietnam.
No losses. Beautiful, Team Vietnam.
That was
Wow.
closest though. Closest
Yeah,
game that
very,
they had.
yeah, very close game. Yeah, the next, perhaps the other game that was close to that was the one where they had the Sicilian.
Mhm.
That was pretty close also. And this one was probably the tightest one I've seen. Back and forth answers. All I can say is that Catty Gang, you got some tricks up your sleeve, but of course it's not enough to seal the victory. They got a great start, GG. Of Fortunately, even with the pickoffs they did onto Joe, the pressure, the massive pressure that Mini did onto the blue buffs here of Joe, it was still not enough. Why was that the case? Sherry was able to scale up on this Nathan. Look at that. They don't. Gangshin and Sherry doesn't even have boots here. Why need boots? Okay, why need boots? We just want the instant burst here, and they got it. Team Vietnam with a clean victory, 2-0 up against Catty.
And I think they're gonna be having a fantastic run in this tournament as well. Team Vietnam with a solid start, undefeated so far. Katigang, well, let's list the teams right now. Team Vietnam 4-0.
Nightmare Esports.
Nightmare Esports 2-2. And Katigang so far, no wins, 0-4. So these are the standings of Group A, and let's see if they're going to be maintaining their standing, or at least for Team Vietnam, or are we going to be seeing changes as the days go by? But for today, I think that's going to be it. Tomorrow, we do have another set of series on Group B instead. I Do Not Sleep Prince versus Next Play Esports. I Do Not Sleep Prince against I Do Not Sleep Esports, and Next Play Esports against I Do Not Sleep Esports. And I think that's it for today. We are your shoutcasters. Giang Gaming here with me is Burger Kim. We had a fantastic time. We hope you did as well. And we'll see you again tomorrow. But for now, we're gonna be bidding good night.
See you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place.